And look, here in America, here are the Beatles.
On this day in 1969, it was the beginning of 3 groovy days, the Woodstock Festival.
The sponsors said it was going to be 3 days of peace and music.
April 15, 2013, 2 bombs made from pressure cookers exploded at the Boston Marathon finish line.
Cameras were rolling when at least 2 violent explosions erupted near the main grandstand of the Boston Marathon.
April 15.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump has escalated his war against some top U.S. universities, threatening to strip Harvard of its tax-exempt status. Michael Wallace reports.
The administration wants Harvard to drop its DEI programs and change its international admissions policies, but the school has refused to do so. It warns the funding freeze could jeopardize ongoing research on cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and organ transplants. That worries students.
These are people who are the best in the world, and that's why they're here. So that research is sort of in jeopardy.
On social media today, President Trump said Harvard should lose its tax-exempt status. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
There is a court hearing today in the case of a Maryland man deported to El Salvador. The administration has refused to bring him back and hasn't necessarily satisfied the judge's order for daily status reports. CBS's Nancy Cortez.
The district judge has been getting more and more frustrated, and it's possible today that she could impose some sort of deadline on the administration by which time she wants to see this man back in U.S. custody.
The hearing comes a day after President Trump hosted El Salvador's president at the White House. He refused to return the man, Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen.
I reached out to the ambassador here to ask to meet while he's here. But I've also made clear if we can't meet here, I do intend to go to El Salvador to discuss the release.
President Trump said today China has reneged on a major Boeing deal. Beijing will reportedly not take further deliveries of Boeing jets. CBS's Kelly O'Grady tells us this is about much more than just one company.
If you think about what Boeing means to the U.S., I mean, it's an iconic American company. It's also the biggest exporter for the U.S., so it's not nothing when it comes to our economy. And for Boeing, China is a huge growing market. I mean, this could mean a really big impact for them, and of course, Boeing has already struggled.
Trump vowed today to protect U.S. farmers from trade war adversaries, which he said include China. An Israeli airstrike hit a field hospital in Gaza today, killing a medic. CBS's Elaine Cobb reports from Paris. The French president is stepping up efforts to end the continuing fighting.
During a phone call with Israel's prime minister, French President Emmanuel Macron told him the suffering of civilians in Gaza must end. Macron said he told Netanyahu only a ceasefire could free Israeli hostages held by Hamas. Macron also urged Netanyahu to reopen crossings into Gaza to allow humanitarian aid in. And he stressed France's commitment to the two-state solution to bring about lasting peace. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
On Wall Street, the Dow is off just 82 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Funeral services were held for Deshaun Best, the man shot and killed by Bridgeport police during a foot chase last month. The funeral yesterday was at Messiah Baptist Church, which is just steps away from the Bridgeport police station. Best's family alleges that he was unarmed when he was shot in the back by Bridgeport officer Yoon Hiao, claiming he was holding a vape pen and not a gun. Darnell Crosland, the attorney representing the family, spoke with News 12 and implied the possibility of tampering.
He had no gun. And so people are really getting close to questioning whether this gun was planted.
Police say a 9mm handgun was found next to Best's body after he was shot. Westport's police chief will be stepping down. Chief Fody Koskinas has announced he will be resigning in June. Westport First Select Woman Jen Tooker said she received and accepted the chief's letter of resignation. Koskinas had been a Westport police officer since 1996 and had served as chief for the past 9 years. Tooker said the town and the department are losing one of what she called Westport's finest. Koskinas' resignation takes effect June 30th, when he will take a job as chief of the Easton Police Department. And UConn women's basketball star Paige Beckers was the top overall pick of the Dallas Wings in last night's WNBA draft.
With the first pick in the 2025 WNBA draft, the Dallas Wings select Paige Beckers, University of Connecticut.
Beckers becoming a pro and becoming the first draft pick wrapped up an exciting 8-day period for her that started last Sunday when UConn won the NCAA National Championship. Two of Beckers' teammates were also drafted into the WNBA last night. Caitlin Chen was the 30th overall pick of the expansion Golden State Valkyries, and Aubrey Griffin was selected 38th by the Minnesota Lynx. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
No major accidents across southern Connecticut. We do have a lot of construction. Heavy delays again southbound on the Parkway from just past the Sikorsky Bridge down to Route 8. Construction delays into the first half of the no exit zone at exit 44. Stamford, Greenwich looking pretty good. Both 95 in the Parkway. Route 8 construction delays into Naugatuck. And northbound on the Parkway construction delays into the West Rock Tunnel in New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight, low near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I would hazard to say that most of us, not all of us, because you don't know what the dynamics are with families, but, I would hazard to say that most of us have never been in jail. Most of us, especially you folks that listen to this program, and thank you so much, have never been incarcerated. Now, maybe you ended up in the dry-out tank one night back in the days you were sowing your wild oats, but I would guess that most of us here, the guys and gals we talk with every Monday through Friday from 2 to 6, have never been in jail for any extended period of time. And likewise, I would guess that most of us, but not all of us, have never had a parent or an extended or near relative in jail. So we meaning you and I that chat together here, we don't really know what it's like to not be able to just communicate with someone when we want to. I, for one, don't know how I would have ever handled it if, for example, my son ended up in jail, or my wife at the time, or my mom or my dad. So you know where I'm going at here. A lot of us, when we talk about jail policy and prison policy, we're kind of pontificating without knowing anything. We're watching from the upper deck. We've got the cheap seats in the upper deck. We're not down by the field on the first or third base line. We don't rank with those people who actually have a vested interest here. And the reason I bring this up is because this is a head scratcher to me. And it illustrates the weirdness this state has with how it decides to spend money. And how this state will say, well, we have to do this, and we have to do that, and we need to do this. And Connecticut values, they roll out the Connecticut values. Blah, 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 blah. We hear that from Justin Illiker. We hear that from William Tong. We used to hear that from Governor Dan Malloy. Thank God he's gone. No offense, but oof. And I bring this up because word is, and this has been picked up by a couple of outlets here, that Governor Ned Lamont wants to drop a program. He says it is too expensive to continue to provide a free texting service to Connecticut inmates. Texting, e-messaging, you know what that is. You're not directly talking, you're sending text messages. Well, apparently the state has been doing this since about 2020 or 2021, and the cost has been absorbed by the state. Okay? Now, the governor says, hey, this is getting too expensive. It's $3.5 million a year. Okay, I understand the governor's a business guy. I understand everybody is tugging at his coattails. They want money for this and money for that. But this system was launched in 2021, and there's a pretty good story about this. I urge you to read it in the Connecticut Mirror. And ask yourselves this, because the immediate response I'm getting to a question that I put on our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT, is that, oh yeah, drop this service, $3.5 million, screw the convicts. Really? So would you feel that way? Would you say, hey, let's get rid of this program if you had a daughter in jail? If you had a son in jail? If your mom or dad were incarcerated for whatever reason? People do bad things and they go to jail. So the governor says, hey, this is getting too expensive. It's $3.5 million a year. We can't pay for it. No, Governor. With all due respect, we can pay for it. You don't want to pay for it. And I think this is egregious. I do. And I'm probably going to part ways with my right-leaning brethren and sisterin on this. We need to keep this program. Maybe there's a better price. That whatever company does this, I don't think it's a state program per se. It's probably subcontracted by some telecom vendor or subcontractor. But let me see if I get this straight. Here is a program, if you read these stories, where inmates say, hey, it was hell in prison, but at least I was able to text message my friends and my parents or whatever. And my gut tells me here, folks, the cost of this program is because these messages are filtered. I don't think they let you run a street gang from prison, but I digress. So we're actually going to take a program that, according to what I read here and what I read the first time around when this was put in place, that is keeping some of these prisoners sane while they're locked up, because they could talk to their husbands and wives and girlfriends and boyfriends and moms and dads and daughters and sons and kids. So we're going to get rid of that? Why? Because it's expensive? Oh, let me see. The program is $3.5 million. All right, maybe by the standards of that's expensive. But at the same time, we're ready to hand state employees a $400 million raise? Really? We're going to do that? We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on migrant care, but we don't want to allow prison inmates to communicate. And I warn you right now, if you're going to call me up today and say, well, screw the prisoners, they don't need this, would you say that if it was your son or daughter? Would you? Would you say that if it was your mom or dad? Would you? Would you say that if it was your brother or your sister? Would you? Say, hey, it's too expensive 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text, and the question is up at our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you agree or not with Governor Ned Lamont's push to eliminate a $3.5 million program for free text messaging to Connecticut prison inmates? Before you answer this, think long and hard. Think. What if that was your son or daughter in prison? Would you be so cavalier and callous to immediately say, nah, too expensive, screw them?
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust City Line Florist, Trumbull's local florist for 108 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries, celebrations to just because, City Line Florist delivers stunning, high-quality flowers, same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Avenue in Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. City Line Florist, making life's moments bloom since 1917.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Pretty good ride out of Stamford on both 95 and the Parkway. No major problems getting up to Norwalk. Fairfield Westport looking pretty good. Southbound construction delays into the Route 8 ramps if you're on the Parkway. Southbound by exit 44, construction still working. Route 8 looks pretty good. No problems 84 through Newtown. Northbound on the Parkway at the West Rock Tunnel, construction still working. Bridgeport Rescue Mission provides vital services to men, women, and children facing hunger, homelessness, and addiction. If you or a loved one needs help, visit bridgeportrescuemission.org for more information. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
See, I wish people could better explain to me how this state decides what to spend money on, because some of it doesn't make sense. And if we just had a little more discipline here, and of course they have to go on bended knee there to the stuff that's contractual, I get it, but we're looking soon at $300 or $400 million in Cadillac benefits and pay increases for state employees. Why? Because it's in the contract. We're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars to take care of illegals and migrants. Why? Because our leaders say, hey, come to Connecticut, we'll take care of you. No reason to leave. A lot of rich people need their lawns cut. We know about that. But yet, yesterday it was a new tax because we're $1 million in the hole for paying kids' school lunches and breakfast. And today, now the governor, and I don't think this is going to fly because it looks like his party doesn't want it, nor should it. They want to eliminate a text messaging system for the prisons that admittedly costs $3.5 million a year. So why not have that for the inmates? Good God, we waste money on more stuff here. You don't mean to tell me there's more than $3.5 million in waste somewhere in the budget? Come on, stop. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, this is a text messaging system that I guess filters and keeps an eye on all the text messages from the 11,000 or so prisoners here in Connecticut to and from family and friends and loved ones. So you're going to get rid of this? Really? Now, I guess they can still make free phone calls, but listen, generations change. A lot of times the text messaging is how people choose to communicate. It doesn't make sense. And again, the bonding commission the other day, the governor gives his okay. We just borrowed another $600 million, and they're worried about $3 million for text messages? For incarcerated folks, for prisoners? I don't get this. Well, maybe I do. Maybe they think, hey, we have to abide hard on the little stuff so we can pay the big stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Boggles my mind. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, what's up with you? How are you?
I'm fuming.
Yeah.
Why don't you just give these incarcerated people 4 stamps a month,
a
paper and pencil, and they can write? Oh, wait, maybe they can't read and write, these people that are in jail.
Yeah.
Oh, well, and then get rid of the cable TV they've got, too.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, thanks. It's not 1960 anymore, okay? Thanks. Thanks so much. I'm telling you, I've got a short fuse on this. I just just do me a favor. Just think about this. If it was your son or your daughter, not those other people, not those people. I'm talking about if it was your son or your daughter. And you know what? Well, what are you saying this for, Paul? I'll tell you why I'm saying it. Because I'd rather spend $3.5 million on this than keep pouring out free stuff to illegals in this state. I'm sure some of the people, if not most of the people incarcerated now are, not all of them are, I'm sure, but I'm sure most of them are actual citizens. Hello? My God, people, show a little humanity. Big John in Stratford. John, how are you?
Hey, Paul, you're nuts, man.
Why?
These guys are in jail for a reason. They break the law. You should be treated to straighten your life out. You have to go to jail. And it should be hard.
Hey, John, maybe extending a little some text messages with loved ones in the middle of the night, maybe that helps them through this.
No, society's going downhill. They're having weak people have weak babies. Everything's going cockeyed. It's you're all wrong. Make rules, stick to them. You break the law, you go to jail, then you get out, you straighten your life out, or you don't. You don't do it again, Paul. And the guys who work for the state, if their contract says we get a raise after this much, you get the raise. You could get that job. So could I. I didn't want to work for the state. I drive a truck for a living. I work hard. I don't break the law. I don't break the law. I'm not going to jail.
John, let me ask you something. Would you be saying the same thing if it was your son or your daughter or your mother or your father?
Here's one. I was in jail once.
Okay.
And I called home.
Yeah.
I said, Mom, and she goes, John, where have you been?
Yeah.
And you better not say jail. I said, I'm in jail. She hung the phone up. That was the turning point of my life, 1989.
Good for you.
I did my time. I got out. I straightened my life out. I got a commercial license.
Good.
I make a good living. I'm a good neighbor, and I didn't do anything bad. I was I did.
Well, no, you don't have to. I get it. No, I get it.
I didn't hurt anyone.
Okay, that's good.
I was using drugs.
Okay.
They thought the way I looked, they thought I was the kingpin. When I went to rehab, the rehab said to me, "You're the healthiest looking."
I was gonna say, John. I was gonna say when you said kingpin, that you mean you look pretty good, is what you're saying.
Oh, I look good. I look like a state trooper, and I could speak well, and I'm not like a regular doper. And but I like to get high.
That's nothing wrong with that. No, I get it.
But you can't do that. Yeah, I can't. But anyway, Paul, I like your show.
Thank you, sir.
And at one time I worked at Pace Motors. Are you related to them?
No. Everybody thinks that. They ask me about the Pacelli Bakery too. My clan is New Haven, East Haven.
Gotcha. But the Pace Motors.
Yeah.
I worked on the loading dock, and I had just got out. They gave me a chance.
Good.
And they said you got to work on the loading dock first.
Okay.
And then you could drive a truck if you prove yourself.
Nice. All right, John. Listen, I do
keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. John, I do have to run. Thank you, sir. Listen, good for you. You turned it around. That was it. Here's my point. My only point is this. Is jail supposed to be a country club? No, it's not. But I don't want to hear from the governor or anybody else, well, yeah, we admit this system, the inmates use this. They get 10 or 12 messages a day, whatever, and it's getting too expensive. When we spend money on other cockeyed stuff in this state, and all of a sudden nobody blinks their eye at that. I'm sorry. It's mind-numbing.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95, a little bit slow, mainly southbound into Stamford. Southbound on the Parkway, heavy intakes at 44 in Fairfield. That's construction. Southbound on the Parkway, also into Route 8. Construction delays almost back to the Sikorsky Bridge. In the Valley, southbound construction delays. Route 8 coming into Seymour out of Beacon Falls. And northbound Parkway, still some construction delays by the West Rock Tunnel into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight, low near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Sunday, May 4th for the Yankees' annual Star Wars Day. There'll be special appearances by some of your favorite Star Wars characters, and the first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a special Giancarlo Stanton Jedi bobblehead. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Get your tickets now for Sunday, May the 4th, Star Wars Day at Yankee Stadium, and receive the Giancarlo Stanton Jedi bobblehead giveaway. May the Force be with you.
Your morning starts with a fresh cup of coffee and total peace of mind. Because with Property Protection Consulting, your home or office is secured and backed by a local company. From single camera setups to full-scale security, we customize your protection. because we know how valuable your safety is, whether you're protecting your livelihood or the ones that matter to you most. For a complimentary evaluation on your home or office, visit ppcalarms.com, because real security starts with real protection.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is threatening Harvard University's tax-exempt status. He's already frozen more than $2 billion in federal grants to the school. Reporter Julie McDonald.
The freeze comes after Harvard rejected a proposal calling for policy changes, including an immediate end to DEI and reforms to international admissions.
There is a court hearing today on a Maryland man deported to El Salvador and the Trump administration's refusal to return him. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
What we're seeing is a potential tipping point here. This could be a case where we're reaching a level where the judge may decide that she needs to hold someone in contempt.
Tech contributor Ensure is following developments at the Meta antitrust trial.
One of their pieces of evidence is a 2012 email where Facebook co-founder Mark Zuckerberg himself described buying Instagram as a way to neutralize a competitor.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A new bill in the General Assembly would provide a tax break for Connecticut renters. If passed, this new law would allow for renters to make deductions on their taxes similar to ones already available to homeowners. To qualify, a single person must make under $75,000 a year and $125,000 if filing jointly. Representative Moira Rader told WFSB Channel 3 that this change would provide a much-needed break to residents who are unable to purchase a home.
We're struggling with Connecticut affordable housing, and people want to stay in their rental properties. They might not be able to advance to owning a property, so this gives them, a break on that expense every year.
The bill is currently in the Finance Committee and will advance to the House if passed. Over 50 international college students in Connecticut have seen their visas revoked by the Trump administration. 13 of the students with revoked visas are from the University of Connecticut, and 4 are from Yale. The rest are from other private colleges and universities around the state. Attorney General William Tong yesterday joined 18 other states in a lawsuit seeking to stop the Trump administration from targeting international students on ideological grounds. 2 juveniles and an adult are being charged with attempted burglary in West Haven. They were apprehended after they tried to flee around 5:30 p.m. Sunday when officers responded to an address on Rockdale Road. The adult is identified as 18-year-old Johnny St. Pierre of West Haven, who is charged with attempted first-degree robbery and interfering with an officer. The juveniles were issued summonses and released to their parents. State Senator Tony Wong held a press conference yesterday to address the dangers of distracted driving. With multiple laws currently in the legislature aimed at making Connecticut roads safer, Wong is raising awareness of the life-threatening realities of not keeping your eyes on the road. At a press conference, which was attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Wong outlined the numerous ways one can be distracted behind the wheel.
And we always think about texting and phone calls, but there are other examples of distracted driving. Texting and talking is one, eating and drinking, as well as applying makeup and shaving, as well as reading a newspaper or books.
Distracted driving was the cause of over 32,000 deaths in 2023. Speed enforcement cameras are expected to be installed in all school zones in Greenwich by this fall. Greenwich Police Chief James Heavey has asked the Board of Selectmen to move forward with a camera placement plan. Heavey says the cameras will collect fines, but the goal is not to raise revenue. He says they are hopeful the cameras will help create a safer environment around Greenwich schools. State lawmakers are considering a bill that would add a tax on soda and juice to pay for free meals in schools. The proposal would add the tax on sweetened beverages, syrups, and powders to the prices paid by wholesalers. The goal is to raise enough money to cover the $110 million a year needed to provide free breakfast and lunch to all students. The move has caused concern for the state hospitality industry. Connecticut Restaurant Association President Scott Dolch told NBC he was concerned about the impact on business owners.
This is going to have a drastic effect across the board of all businesses in retail, and that's my concern.
Republicans in the legislature are warning that an effort by the Trump administration to ban soft drink purchases from SNAP benefits could reduce the tax revenue. State Representative Joe Paletta spoke with NBC and expressed concerns that this was the wrong way to acquire the necessary funds.
I think that we have a budget with some areas that we can realize some savings in, and just taxing people more is not necessarily the right way to go here.
And Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont's job approval rating is at 62%, with a disapproval rating of 30%, according to a poll from Morning Consult released last week. The survey was conducted between January and March. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey has a job approval rating of 58%. Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee is among the least popular with a 43% approval rating. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a little bit slow, mainly southbound into Stamford. Southbound on the Parkway, heavy in exit to 44 in Fairfield. That's construction. Southbound on the Parkway, also into Route 8. Construction delays almost back to the Sikorsky Bridge. In the Valley, southbound construction delays. Route 8 coming into Seymour out of Beacon Falls. And northbound Parkway, still some construction delays by the West Rock Tunnel into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Good God, I'm getting hammered today on the phone, text messages, emails. I'm going soft. You're turning soft on me. Really? Really? When all I'm saying is we have some pretty screwed up ways of deciding what we spend money on in this state. And I just want to point out here the latest example. The governor is proposing getting rid of $3.5 million that funds, or getting rid of a $3.5 million expenditure that allows electronic messaging between incarcerated inmates and friends, loved ones, whatever. Right now, there are about 11,000 folks, says here in this Connecticut Mirror story. So they apparently, 11,000 folks locked up in the state here. So they apparently have access to a system here that allows electronic messaging, text messaging, along with phone calls. What the governor wants to do apparently here is keep the phone calls free, but eliminate the text messaging system, which allows up to 10 text messages a day per inmate to family members, friends, whatever. Really? I mean, come on. I know there's a finite amount of money. I get it. Well, we don't have the $3.5 million for it. Well, geez, I don't know. Maybe if you stopped welcoming migrants and illegals and stopped saying, hey, we're a welcoming place. Maybe if you stopped funding projects that maybe we don't have the money for. Maybe if you stopped bonding everything like crazy, another $600 million in bonding. Listen, we can debate the efficacy of the system, but please stop with it's too expensive. Really? Really? a $55 billion budget, you're worried about $3 million. I know it doesn't sound like a lot. I know it sounds like a lot of money, but it really isn't. And again, you read these stories where these inmates are saying, hey, this either is or was a major way that I communicated with my family and friends to keep me sane while I was locked up. And I know what you're probably saying, well, just talk on the phone. Well, a lot of people don't want to talk. There is a psychological aspect to this whole thing. All I'm saying is this. Yeah, the best part is to stay out of jail. I get it. I understand it. But really? We're going to go back on this now when we spend millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars on other stuff? And we tax people like crazy? I have an idea. If this thing is expensive, then use 1/4 cent from the sales tax to pay for it. I don't care. If a fraction of what I pay on the sales tax is used so inmates can talk to their family and loved ones while they're locked up trying to straighten their lives out, I got no problem with that. None. Zero. Zip. Zilch. I know prison, federal level or state level, is not supposed to be, a country club. I get it. But come on, we're going to cut this funding too? When we pay first line platinum Cadillac benefits to state employees, when we have one of the worst state by state money situations in the country for long-term benefits and everything, but we're going to take from the prisoners, guys and gals in jail? Come on, we're better than that. I'm sorry, we're better than that. I know, geez, you're turning soft. No, I'm not. I'm not turning soft. If anything, I'm saying, hey, we should have better priorities than this. We should. $3.5 million too expensive? I don't know. Have you sought out a different company to do this? Can the state run its own system? How about that? We're supposed to be so smart here in Connecticut. All these colleges, Connecticut values. Oh, man. Bill's here. Bill, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Well, first of all, sinuses are not good.
Your sinuses?
What you do is you take a Q-tip with peroxide.
Yeah.
Clean your nose out.
Yeah.
A little hair in your ears.
Yeah.
Then you want to do is what you want to do is you want to take a little hot shower.
Yeah, that's always good. I like hot showers. Yeah.
And a little horseradish.
Yeah. Horseradish?
Okay.
Yeah.
And green tea.
And
that's right.
And
make sure they gargle with no.
Is that going to clear me out?
Salt. And so what you do is you get the kosher salt nice and hot. But you gargle with that and you spit it out.
And what happens?
Listerine, the old Listerine.
Listerine.
Gargle it up.
Yeah.
And throw it up. And then put some nose spray in the good. No, I did the jail time too.
Yeah.
But we didn't have a phone.
No.
We had numbers. And it cost us to get out of jail.
So how did you communicate? Did you communicate with your family at all, Bill, in jail or not?
No, I didn't hit the phone. We didn't have that. We had to dial out. It cost us money to dial out a number. It was a special word.
Yeah.
And don't forget, make sure that hot shower, make sure a baby rub and done.
All right, Bill, appreciate it. Bill mixing in some health hints there about my sinuses. What did he say? Epsom salts, baby rub, that Vicks Vapo rub, I guess Bill said. There's a couple of other things. Listerine, I caught that in there. Peroxide, hydrogen peroxide. Wow. All right, I'll have to try that. I'll do that on the break. I'll come back and let you know how I handled it right here on WICC.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
With uncertainty in the air, it's easy to feel overwhelmed about your financial future. Now, more than ever, when it comes to planning for retirement, don't go it alone. Bridgelight Financial Advisors is here for you, creating a personalized strategy to help you secure and navigate the retirement you deserve. Retirement isn't just about having enough, it's about feeling confident, no matter what tomorrow brings. Plan for a stable, confident retirement, no matter what the world throws your way. With Bridgelight Financial Advisors, call or visit them today at bridgelightadvisors.com.
The Milford Children's Trout Derby at the Milford Duck Ponds, Saturday, May 3rd from 6 to 9:30 a.m. on both the upper and lower ponds. Enjoy a great day of fishing. Open to all children 15 and under, no registration required, and free entry. Prizes for largest brook, brown, golden, and rainbow trouts. The Milford Striped Bass Club and the Devon Rotary invite you to the 57th Annual Children's Trout Derby, May 3rd at the Milford Duck Ponds. Join the community. Search Children's Trout Derby Milford CT on Facebook.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
We continue accident-free across southern Connecticut. We still have the construction delays, though. Southbound on the Parkway, a little bit slow in through the no-exit zone down to 42 in Westport. Southbound Parkway still have the construction with delays into Route 8. Southbound Route 8 out of Beacon Falls into Seymour, still some construction. Northbound on the Parkway, still a little bit heavy into the West Rock Tunnel. 84 construction delays eastbound from the state line to exit 3 in Danbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Boy, a lot of folks on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of Connecticut. Boy, the sinister music is here. You hear this? Oof. He's all evil. A lot of you folks think I'm going soft here when I said, hey, what's the governor doing here? Well, cannot, the governor says, afford a text messaging system that I guess is running the state. It's not cheap. It's $3.5 million a year, but allows the 11,000 or so folks incarcerated in the state to send and receive text messages every day, up to 10 a day. Now, the inmates and their families are saying, please don't get rid of this. This is how we communicate with our loved ones. Man, is this are these the spending choices? Yeah, I say keep that system there. Find the money somewhere else. Maybe if we didn't have 160,000 illegals in that state, maybe if our Democratic leaders in Hartford aren't saying, hey, come on down. If they're not pulling a Bob Barker here, maybe you would have had plenty of money for this texting system. Or I got it. How about we go to the semi-smart folks at Yale, at UConn, at Quinnipiac, at Wesleyan, at Southern, at Central, at Eastern, at Western Connecticut State, at Sacred Heart, at Fairfield, say, hey, design a system for us. Or figure out how we could do this cheaper. Don't just be lazy and run to a vendor. Man, are we that stupid? Don't answer that. It's rhetorical. So I say, yeah, keep this system. Find the money somewhere, for God's sake. $28 billion? You can't find this to help inmates maybe keep their heads on straight, and when they get out, they don't reoffend? The only thing I say, and when I hear comments from people who have actually been in jail, I take that with a little more validity, because a lot of us can pontificate and say, "Oh, those jail people." Well, you know what? A lot of us would weep and turtle up like puddles of mush if we were in jail, and our relatives and friends. You know what I know. So let's have a little humanity here. A little. I understand it's jail. I get that. You don't have to twist my arm on that. Bozzy's here at 10 of. Hello, Steve. How are you?
I'm well. I was in jail once overnight.
Overnight? What happened? May I ask what you did?
Yes, yeah, and you're going to appreciate it. It was back in the day before cell phones.
Yes.
And I accidentally sold beer to a minor.
Accidentally.
However,
Accidentally, yes.
Yes, because we had the thing on the counter at the deli.
Yeah.
And I did proof the girl, and I said, and she signed that piece of paper.
Uh-huh.
And I proved her. She gave me her license. But that was back in the day when you can slide your sister's photograph in there, and you could do, remember? And so all of a sudden, I'm at the counter at the deli, and a police officer walked in. He said, "We got to shut the place." I said, "What?" He said, "You sold beer to a minor." Luckily, we had to go to court with my father. But luckily, we had the signed piece of paper.
Yeah.
That good thing I did proof her. Good thing I didn't just say, "Yeah, okay," you know. But then I had to go to Fairfield that night. Luckily, I was in the cell with the two girls that bought beer illegally.
Oh, come on. Are you serious?
Yeah, they put us there, and I just remember I was,
Easy.
I don't know, 20 years old.
Okay,
no, 20 years old, and just, you're a little bit in shock. When the male ego is in shock, it doesn't think like a normal male.
Wait. But they was it a slow night in Fairfield? They put you in a cell for that?
Yeah, because they had to call my parents because I was like 20 years old. I wasn't 21 years old
What
yet.
What did your father say?
Well, my father, being a New Yorker from Brooklyn, but he was comforted with the fact that I followed the protocol.
Oh, okay.
And that when we went to court, the lawyer that we hired had the evidence that the girl signed a piece of paper saying that she was 18 years old.
Yeah.
But people don't realize how easy it was to buy beer back in because you could just slip out. They had you didn't have the Y on the light.
No, I know.
Now, getting back to the question at hand. Maybe I understand what the truck driver, his story was pretty good. I forget the guy's name. It was very good. Maybe it could be gravitated in depending on I think there's different levels of crime, different levels of time.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that should be factored in. But what you're saying is, and I agree with you, there are so many other places, and you and I think the same. As long as we're funding people that shouldn't be here, regardless if someone is a criminal, they were born in Connecticut, went to school in Connecticut, good or bad, they are a Connecticut citizen.
Sure, most of them,
the way we treat the people that are not, and I'm surprised Lamont is bringing this forward because we are a liberal state, right? We are a blue state.
Yes, we are.
This sounds like something you'd hear in a red state.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that a blue state like Connecticut, they're even, giving this some thought. But, these kind of things to me and to you are like pandering nonsense bills. There's so many things that need to be done.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? My side, if we talk about, I'm visually impaired.
Yeah.
I can't even walk around my block because the sidewalk is
we've
like
talked
the road
about
to
this. And Steve, I do have to run, Steve.
I'll
Thank
let you go.
I appreciate it. No, Steve, you're right. I have an idea. Fix your sidewalks. Do that. Find the money for that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, you have a system here, and there's a good story on it. Check out the Connecticut Mirror's story on this, ctmirror.org, where a lot of these inmates are saying, hey, this messaging system was indispensable to me. All hours of the day or night, I could send a text, I could get a message back, and it really kept me connected. A lot of people don't want to talk. Ask any cell phone company executive how many people never talk on their phones. They use them for cameras and texting. Jose in Shelton's here. Jose, how are you? What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Paul Pastelli.
Yeah.
What I was going to say, there's a special election going on in Shelton, right?
Yeah, I know.
Are you aware of it? Or are you
No, I'm
oblivious to it?
I'm not oblivious to it. No.
Yeah, it is an important election, and we got a great candidate here.
All right, wait, no. It's election day. We're not going to do any campaigning on election day. That ain't going to happen. Jose, I love you. Call me up tomorrow, and we'll talk all about the great election today. It's like, Jose, even I have my signs on this show. You know when you go to your polling place, no campaigning beyond, within 75 feet? Well, Jose, I loved you, but you just crossed that 75-foot line. Oh, boy. The election police. Hold on. His name is Jose. Look for him in Shelton. Drives a big car, flashes money around like crazy. Jose's got a lot of walking around money. Yeah. Paul in Orange is here. Paul, how are you at 5 Up?
Thank you, Paul. Can I change the topic quick, please?
You certainly may, sir, on the way out of the hour. Yep.
Thank you very much, sir. Last year when 55,000 college students were polled on free speech, and Harvard came dead last.
Well, dead last.
Now that Trump doesn't want any, protesting, the Pentagon and whatever, do you feel students feel a certain energy, not just when it comes to war and things of that nature, but other factors on why they feel at the best college in the country, at least for a long time, these students feel like they can't protest, they can't speak their mind. How do you feel about that?
There is, and Paul, here's the difference. There is a legitimate level of protest rights that everybody has here in this country. And if you take a look, and there's plenty of video out there, for example, take a look at what happened at Columbia last year. What happened in Harvard? There's video, for example, of students, for example, in Los Angeles at UCLA that were not allowed to cross a quad there, and there were signage there and intimidation of Jewish students. So I know everybody, and I don't mean you, Paul, but everybody's saying, oh, it's just political protest. No, stop it. There's a difference between organized and respectful protests and intimidation of Jewish students. And you know what? I have less than zero empathy or support for a lot of these people, like Mahmoud Khalil and this guy. What are we treating this guy like he's Jesus Christ for? Can somebody... Well, he was just protesting. No, he wasn't. Stop it. Anybody with half a brain knew what he was doing. You're not a citizen. You are on a visa. People who are here through the immigration process do not have, they just don't. Talk to any lawyer. They do not have the same inalienable rights as a citizen does. So again, it's not hard. There's respectful protests, yell and scream and wave all you want, but when you start taking over buildings and you start harassing Jewish students, bye-bye.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound still a little bit heavy into Westport around 4241 thanks to earlier construction. Looks like they may have picked up southbound into Road 8. Starting to ease out from the Sikorsky Bridge down to Road 8. Up into the valley, still some construction. Seymour into Beacon Falls slowing you down. No major problems. 95 or the Parkway, Stamford, Greenwich. And northbound on the Parkway, the construction cleared into the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And folks, understand something, and we were told by numerous people on this show and on Lisa's show and on Melissa's show in the morning, when it comes to guests of a country that come here, many students on student visas, you know, those visas are issued on a shall basis. Shall issue, not must issue. It's like when you invite people into the four walls and under the roof of your home. You have certain rules, and that person may say, well, I think I'm equated this or allowed this, but you being the homeowner says, no, you're not.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is squaring off with Harvard University, as Stacey Lynn reports.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about the president freezing billions of dollars in funding and threats to revoke the university's tax status.
President believes Harvard should apologize
for what she called the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on its campus.
Jewish American students or students of any faith should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
There is a court hearing today in the case of a Maryland man deported to El Salvador who the administration refuses to return and has offered few updates on, despite an order from a judge. CBS.
Point here. This could be a case where we're reaching a level where the judge may decide that she needs to hold someone in contempt. That's something that we haven't yet seen in any of these cases. We've seen them nearing that point.
President Trump says China has reneged on a major Boeing deal. Business reporter Jason Brooks.
The Chinese government, according to Bloomberg, is instructing the country's domestic airlines to stop taking deliveries of new aircraft ordered from Boeing in response to 145 on Chinese imports. The report says Beijing is also ordering carriers to suspend purchases of aircraft components and related equipment from U.S. suppliers.
Trump said today it is up to China, not the U.S., to come to the negotiating table on trade. Mark Zuckerberg was back on the stand today in the Meta antitrust case. CBS's Jolene Kent reports he's facing more questions about the acquisition of Instagram and WhatsApp.
Zuckerberg was looking and discussing email correspondence from way back in 2012, discussing competitors like Instagram, which of course is in the crosshairs in this entire case, of course, and the possibility of acquiring the app at that time.
Jury selections underway in New York in the retrial of disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein. He's charged with rape and performing a criminal sex act. A woman has taken part in the Army's Best Ranger competition for the first time. Michael Wallace reports.
Army Ranger First Lieutenant Gabrielle White and her teammate finished in 14th place out of 52 pairs. During the 60-hour competition, the Rangers moved more than 60 miles. Along the way, there are physical fitness tests, obstacle courses, land navigation, helicopter missions, and weapons qualification. In past years, the Army likely would have touted White's accomplishment, but President Trump's anti-DEI policies won't allow that. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The Dow is down 81. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Tony Wong held a press conference yesterday to address the dangers of distracted driving. With multiple laws currently in the legislature aimed at making Connecticut roads safer, Wong is raising awareness of the life-threatening realities of not keeping your eyes on the road. At the press conference, which was attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Wong outlined the numerous ways one can be distracted behind the wheel.
And we always think about texting and phone calls, but there are other examples of distracted driving. Texting and talking is one, eating and drinking, as well as applying makeup and shaving, as well as reading a newspaper or books.
Distracted driving was the cause of over 32,000 deaths in 2023. Speed enforcement cameras are expected to be installed in all school zones in Greenwich by this fall. Greenwich Police Chief James Heavey has asked the Board of Selectmen to move forward with a camera placement plan. Heavey says the cameras will collect fines, but the goal is not to raise revenue. He says they are hopeful the cameras will help create a safer environment around Greenwich schools. And UConn women's basketball star Paige Beckers was the top overall pick of the Dallas Wings in last night's WNBA draft. Beckers becoming a pro and being the first draft pick wrapped up an exciting 8-day period for her that started last Sunday when UConn won the NCAA National Championship. 2 of Beckers' teammates were also drafted into the WNBA last night. Caitlin Chen was the 30th overall pick of the expansion Golden State Valkyries, and Aubrey Griffin was selected 38th by the Minnesota Lynx. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Just about all the construction cleared in through Fairfield County. A little bit heavy 95 through Stamford. Northbound, a minor delay up by Sherwood Island. Southport Parkway's in good shape. Stamford to Norwalk. Quick tap around 42 to 44. No problems further north. Route 8 looks pretty good, making your way into the valley. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight. Low near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Boy, a lot of people. I'm getting hammered today. Yikes. Jeez. Man, I show a little humanity, and look what happens. Hey, I love you all, though, still. How are you? 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. If you're just joining us, what am I talking about? Well, I came across this story in one of the online sites I always look at, the Connecticut Mirror, which was started 15 years ago, I think, by a bunch of folks who were cut by the Hartford Current at that time. And this story, they posted this story actually 4 days ago. After a proposed cut to prison e-messaging, incarcerated folks are speaking out. So here's the bottom line. When you're in prison here in Connecticut right now, sounds like a cut from my debut album, When You're in Prison. I'm sorry. You can communicate, I guess, by voice or text to, I don't know, family members, loved ones, whatever. And there is a cost to this system because obviously They don't want you. The prison system has to give you civil rights by allowing you to communicate while you're locked up, while you're inside, but they don't want you running a drug ring while you're in there. So your voice message, I guess they listen in on your phone calls, and they also provide text messaging. Now, the text messaging part of this whole thing, apparently, according to what Governor Lamont said, runs $3.5 million a year. All right, it's not cheap. Now, to people like you and I, $3.5 million, pretty good piece of cake there. Good pile of shekels or piasters, if you know what I mean there. But having said that, the governor says, hey, we have to get rid of this. Really? In a 2-year combined $55 billion budget, $3.5 million to maybe allow prisoners to conduct some sort of communication with their family, their friends, their loved ones, mom, dad, their kids, wives, husbands, whatever, that may keep them calm inside? Really? We have some weird spending habits in the state. We do. Now, meantime, coming up in the next year or two, we're going to hand another $400 million to state employees. While at the same time, we say to state prisoners, hey, you can't text with loved ones? Really? Really? And like I said, it's real easy to be cavalier about, well, they shouldn't this and that, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I give you credit if you would do the same thing if that's your kid or your husband or wife or sister or brother in there. But really? And again, this system has been up and running since 2021. Nobody's complained about it. It lets the thousands of inmates there. Of course, those who are in there, I guess the vast majority of them should be there to let them know they did something that is going to allow them not to be mingling in society for years. Is it costly? Yeah, probably is. I mean, to monitor all those texts, sniffing software, what they use. These companies don't work for free. Should we not be doing this ourselves? I don't know. So I ask you our question of the day right here, facebook.com/ not the backslash, / voice of CT. Do you agree with Governor Lamont's push to eliminate, in other words, get rid of, when I was growing up, get rid of a $3.5 million program for free text messaging to Connecticut prison inmates? A lot of you weighing in on this. See what we have here. Karen says he'll never do it. Lamont loves to support the criminals. Dave says absolutely not. Joe said, I support it. There's hard work and people out there that can't afford text messaging. Lisa said, yes, but I'll believe it when I see it. Gene says, I agree with it. If he wants to personally pay for it, he's a financially wealthy man. Let him take it out of his personal checkbook. Which, you know what? There's a lot of well-heeled, hedge fund guys down there, Gold Coast. Maybe they could pay for it. I don't know. See, this is why people leave liberal states, because of idiots wasting taxpayer dollars. That's from Mark. Megan says, considering the serious difficulty of being a prison guard, I think the texting would keep prisoners calmer and less aggressive. So she says no, she disagrees. See, that's what I'm saying. Diane says, yeah, get rid of it. They're in prison for a reason. Why allow the free texting? Well, as the previous person said, maybe this is, a way to just allow them to maybe calmly vent to officials. Mike says, get rid of it. It's ridiculous. We're paying for it in the first place. All right. Man, I guess I'm the softy here, right? I say keep it. I do. Am I the softy here? Am I Mr. Softy? I don't want to be called Mr. Softy, if you know what I mean. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
This spring, the WICC staff is live and local with everything you need to know every single day. Join Melissa in the morning starting at 5 for Southern Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. All the latest news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli goes live at 2 for the latest as you head home. And it's all live every weekday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 at 95.9.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks, 203-333-1800.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Just about all the construction wrapped up, and overall a much lighter than normal ride continues. 95, a little bit of company through Stamford. Minor delays northbound by Sherwood Island into Southport Fairfield. Parkway's a good ride. Stamford and Norwalk slowing a little bit. 41, 42 in Westport. Route 8 looks pretty good. Courtesy Carpet, now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I guess I've gone soft, huh? That's what a lot of people are saying. No, I just think that sometimes it's okay to spend money on stuff that's a little, I don't want to say touchy-feely, but may, create dividends in the long run here. And I'm talking about an interesting story from 4 days ago. I urge you to go to the Connecticut Mirror, ctmirror.org. You can find it there. And the governor is getting flack from his own party, from prison rights groups. He says, listen, and I'm not saying it's not expensive. It seems expensive to me. The governor is saying, hey, we can't afford $3.5 million a year to give the 11,000 prison inmates in the state access to this to an e-messaging system, a text messaging system. Because I guess the company, however it's monitored, for keywords, you don't want inmates running drug gangs and street gangs out of prison. So this is why they monitor the messages and the phone numbers. It costs money. The governor says, hey, we can't afford that. No, governor, please understand. We can afford it. It's making a choice of whether we want to pay for it. A lot of times people say, well, we can't afford that. Well, when you can't afford something, it means you don't have enough money to cover it. The state has the money to cover it. Each year, the next 2 years, we will be spending about $28 billion to run the People's Republic of Connecticut. Now, in addition, that would be $3.5 million to run this text messaging system. I think for that amount of money, you keep it. I do. Or maybe you go to get a better deal somewhere. Maybe this is the governor trying to cut a deal with whomever the vendor is here. But come on. Yeah, the people are in jail. Yeah, I'm sure the vast, vast, vast majority of them need to be there. I get it. I understand it. But maybe if this, as one of our respondents said, who I guess was a prison guard, saying this does help mellow out some prisoners if they can send a few text messages back and forth to home or mom or dad or grandma or grandpa or their kids, right? Hey, everything costs. Everybody's got to eat. And I guess these prison monitoring systems, these aren't done by Verizon or AT&T on a consumer level. I don't know who does this. I remember when this came up 4 years ago, they were talking about the companies that do this. Bill in Trumbull. Hey, Bill, how are you? What's up?
I'm good, Paul. I don't know if it's the warm. I thought it was the warm weather because I could have sworn I heard the Mr. Softy truck coming up the street, but I guess it wasn't the truck. It was the radio. So I'm not sure if this is – I'm not sure what kind of system this is.
Yeah.
For $3.5 million. I would really hope that they're not allowing prisoners to use cell phones because if I know the way the state operates and the way government operates, $3.5 million is probably just the cost of the third-party vendor who monitors the text messaging.
Yeah, that's what I think. According to this story, Bill, I think it's a proprietary app that is used to monitor the messages. Right. Yes.
So that means they're bringing cell phones into prison.
I don't know.
And they're paying for cell service. Like, who's paying for the cell service? Who's paying for the cell phone? Who's paying? There's always more to it. The only part we're hearing about is the measly only $3.5 million for this vendor that oversees the text messaging. What was the dollar amount that I heard being talked about this morning for school lunches that they want to tax everything we drink, basically, that has sugar in it now to make up for the cost so that everybody gets free breakfast and free lunch in school.
It's 2 cents per liquid ounce syrup or powdered sugared mixes here or diets, 2 cents per ounce. Milk products and real juice would be exempted.
So the way I understood it was, so a 2-liter bottle of soda, the tax on that was going to be like another $1.28.
That's right. That's right.
And so what's the total amount that it's going to cost to give every student free breakfast and lunch in school? How many millions?
Well, I don't know and Bill, I do have to run. Thank you. Appreciate the call. I don't know what the total cost is, but the reason they're doing this is because of the 169 cities and towns in Connecticut. 75 of them, all right, 75 out of the 169 responded to a survey and said that they have a combined school lunch and or breakfast deficit of about $900,000. And that's only about half. So if you extrapolate that out to the whole state, there's probably about $2 million worth of lunch and or breakfast debt. Now, again, I'm all for, and I've been supportive of this because you have some idiot parents, you have idiot grandparents, some are good parents, I think it's a good thing that students can have breakfast and lunch. Now, apparently, they want to do a system here that does not differentiate into what they call Tier 1 school systems, Tier 2, and Tier 3. In other words, they're saying if we offer breakfast and lunch in Bridgeport, we have to do it in Darien or Westport and Weston. I agree with that. I'm okay with that. I am. I'm fine with it. But again, like I said, okay, maybe I'm good for 1 or 2 cents. Maybe I'm not per ounce, but on a whole bottle. Let's make it all beverages. Why is it a sweetened drink thing if it's diet beverages too? Or I have an idea. Like I say, instead of paying for migrant this and illegal that, why don't we use some of that money? Oh, we can't. Because we're a welcoming place. Everybody go to Uncle Ned's house. I'm sorry. I don't care anymore. Hey, Paul in Bethel is here. Hi, Paul. How are you?
Good. Yourself?
I'm all right, Paul. Getting on. What's up?
Just to answer your last caller, you don't need cell service to text. All you need is a smartphone. But if you're on airplane mode, you're not using cell towers. So you don't need the cell service. You just have to put it on Wi-Fi and text. So that part of it kind of goes away. I don't, unless we're supplying them with the phones to do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, all they need is that app, I guess, and then a Wi-Fi connection, and they're done.
And then the messages goes through probably an algorithm which looks for keywords. Maybe it reads the thing with AI, right, Paul? I don't know.
Well, I would sure hope so, because who knows what would be going on and what kind of underhanded corporation they're running from prison. So,
Is it a? Yeah, thank you, Paul. Are they running a 501c3? Is it an LLC? Who knows? All right, traffic and weather together. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, some minor delays in through Stamford. Quick tap further north around Sherwood Island to Southport. Parkway looks good. Heaviest around 41, 42 in Westport. Route 8's not too bad. Getting up into the Valley, Shelton, Derby, Seymour. 95, a little bit busy making your way into West Haven and Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight with a low near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Celebrate 16 years of amazing performances as the Happy Together Tour 2025 comes to the Palace Stamford June 18th. The Turtles, Jay and the Americans, Little Anthony, Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, the Vogues, and the Cowsills, all on one stage, one night only. With a combined 55 Billboard Top 40 smashes, it's your ticket to the soundtrack of the 60s and 70s, live and louder than ever. The Happy Together Tour 2025. Tickets at palacestamford.org. That's palacestamford.org.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
If you've been injured in an accident caused by someone else's negligence, don't bear the burden alone. The physical, emotional, and financial strains can be overwhelming. You have the right to seek compensation for all of your losses. That compensation includes medical expenses, lost wages, and damage to your vehicle, as well as compensation for the impact the accident has on your life physically and emotionally. Get Ganem Injury Lawyers. You don't have to suffer alone. George Ganem will be by your side. GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Spend a wonderful and delicious Easter at Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The family at Gusto Trattoria invites your family to spend Easter Sunday at Gusto. Book your reservations now and enjoy pictures with the Easter Bunny, an a la carte menu, as well as a traditional and delicious Easter dinner of ham or lamb. Gusto Trattoria in Milford, serving Easter dinner from noon to 5. Book your table now. Spend this Easter at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
Touchdowns, goals, spikes. What was this week's play of the week in local high school sports? Check out the high school sports play of the week at theRudenReport.com. See and subscribe. Powered by the new Genesis of Richfield, located in Norwalk.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump has threatened to strip Harvard of its tax-exempt status after it refused his demands to limit activism on campus. He's now freezing more than $2 billion in grants. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt.
They are not only indoctrinating our nation's students, but also allowing such egregious illegal behavior to occur.
There is a court hearing today in the case of a Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador, who the administration refuses to return. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
They need to comply with the Supreme Court's directive, or the Supreme Court needs to enforce its order aggressively, which should include contempt.
Lindsay Goldbrum is a plaintiff's attorney in the retrial of former movie mogul Harvey Weinstein.
What matters here is the facts, and I'm confident that a jury will find that these acts were not consensual, and they will convict.
He's being retried on 2 charges of rape. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A new bill in the General Assembly would provide a tax break for Connecticut renters. If passed, this new law would allow for renters to make deductions on their taxes similar to ones already available to homeowners. To qualify, a single person must make under $75,000 a year and $125,000 if filing jointly. Representative Moira Rader told WFSB Channel 3 that this change would provide a much-needed break to residents who are unable to purchase a home.
We're struggling with Connecticut affordable housing, and people want to stay in their rental properties. They might not be able to advance to owning a property, so this gives them, a break on that expense every year.
The bill is currently in the Finance Committee and will advance to the House if passed. 2 juveniles and an adult are being charged with attempted burglary in West Haven. They were apprehended after they tried to flee around 5:30 p.m. Sunday when officers responded to an address on Rockdale Road. The adult is identified as 18-year-old Johnny St. Pierre of West Haven, who is charged with attempted first-degree robbery and interfering with an officer. The juveniles were issued summonses and released to their parents. Over 50 international college students in Connecticut have seen their visas revoked by the Trump administration. 13 of the students with revoked visas are from the University of Connecticut and 4 are from Yale. The rest are from other private colleges and universities around the state. Attorney General William Tong yesterday joined 18 other states in a lawsuit seeking to stop the Trump administration from targeting international students on ideological grounds. Connecticut Senate Democrats have reconfirmed Marissa Gillette as chairwoman for the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, commonly called PURA. Not everyone was happy about it, however. All 11 Senate Republicans left the chamber to protest the move. They have not been fans of Gillette, saying she abused her power and prevented major utility companies from investing in Connecticut, among other complaints. Senate Republican leader Steve Harding insinuated that the confirmation hearing was unethical and illegal. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff said Gillette works for the consumer and always has their best interests in mind. The confirmation was for another 4-year term. State lawmakers are considering a bill that would add a new tax on soda and juice to pay for free meals in schools. The proposal would add the tax on sweetened beverages, syrups, and powders to the prices paid by wholesalers. The goal is to raise enough money to cover the $110 million a year needed to provide free breakfast and lunch to all students. The move has caused concern for the state hospitality industry. Connecticut Restaurant Association President Scott Dolch told NBC he was concerned about the impact on business owners.
This is going to have a drastic effect across the board of all businesses in retail, and that's my concern.
Republicans in the legislature are warning that an effort by the Trump administration to ban soft drink purchases from SNAP benefits could reduce the tax revenue. State Representative Joe Paletta spoke with NBC and expressed concerns that this was the wrong way to acquire the necessary funds.
I think that we have a budget with some areas that we can realize some savings in, and just taxing people more is not necessarily the right way to go here.
Westport's police chief will be stepping down. Chief Fody Koskinas has announced he will be resigning in June. Westport First Select Woman Jen Tooker said she received and accepted Koskinas' letter of resignation. The chief had been a Westport police officer since 1996 and had served as chief for the past 9 years. Tooker said the town and the department are losing one of what she called Westport's finest. Koskinas' resignation takes effect June 30th, when he will take a job as chief of the Easton Police Department. And Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont's job approval rating is at 62%, with a disapproval rating of 30%, according to a poll from Morning Consult released last week. The survey was conducted between January and March. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey has a job approval rating of 58%. Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee is among the least popular with a 43% approval rating. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, some minor delays in through Stamford. Quick tap further north around Sherwood Island to Southport. Parkway looks good. Heaviest around 41, 42 in Westport. Route 8's not too bad. Getting up into the Valley, Shelton, Derby, Seymour. 95, a little bit busy making your way into West Haven and Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorik on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I did a little poking around here. This Connecticut Mirror story on the fact that the system to allow inmates to send messages to and from their loved ones is costing the state $3.5 million. The governor says, hey, we can't afford that. Apparently, this is done with a company called Securus, and it uses an app called e-messaging, and I found this online. It's securustech.net, SECURUS, securustech.net. And it says here, e-messaging allows family and friends to communicate with an incarcerated loved one using email-like messaging. You can send a text. You can attach photos, 5 e-cards, send a photo with Snap and whatever. Now, I guess they don't have all of the services available. But here's the bottom line. Costs $3.5 million a year. The governor says we can't afford it. Well, no, we can afford it. You just don't want to pay for it. All right. Well, shouldn't we be paying for something like this and not necessarily expanding Medicaid up the wazoo to pay for illegals? I mean, you got to make decisions sometimes. Maybe we should have our people in Hartford stop saying, hey, we're a welcoming state. Come on in. And listen, you want to drop some illegals in Wilton, Westport, New Canaan, Easton? Go right ahead. A lot of lawns and hedges there. Oh, come on, you laughed and you know it's the truth. Don't get all mad at me. God almighty. Steve in Fairfield. Hey, Steve, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul. When was the last time you heard of a government imposing a sugar tax on the people?
I never have. Has it been done anywhere?
Oh, I think it was back in the revolutionary times.
Is that what it was? I don't even know, Steve. I have no idea. I know tea was big back then. Sugar, I have no idea. I don't know.
The sugar tax. Anyways.
Yeah.
You made a statement, and I totally disagree. We do not have the money. We are, what is it, $90 billion in debt?
Well, technically we have the money, Steve, but I know where you're going on this. I get it. I understand it.
Yeah.
Long-term debt. I get it. I get it. Yeah.
You say technically, but technically you're going to wake up one morning, and technically you're going to jump out the window.
Well, no, I don't do windows, but that's another thing. Yeah, but no, but Steve, you see what I'm saying? We spend money on so many other things that we shouldn't be spending it on. And my only point is, and maybe we can do this cheaper, maybe we can cut a deal. My only point is this. There's got to be some good. And listen, everybody has to eat. You got to pay these companies. I get it. But there's got to be, Steve, some good in a system, right, that does allow an inmate maybe in the middle of the night or early in the morning to just send a quick text to a family member. Maybe I'm going soft, Steve. I have no idea.
Well, no, I understand that, but not on my dime. I think we're going to have, we're in for a lot of pain and suffering, and we just keep kicking the can down the road, all this bonding nonsense.
Oh, my God.
You wake up, and Lamont's going to be back down in Tennessee breaking in the dough.
Oh, man.
Have a nice day.
All right, Steve. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, hey, listen, one of you big hedge fund guys or gals down there, Lower Fairfield County, Gold Coast? Steve Cohen. Where's Uncle Stevie? Is he around? Steve, you just signed your boy there to $765 million. He's got 2 home runs this year. I'm sorry. Couldn't resist. Why doesn't Steve Cohen write a check for this? What, $3.5 million? He's got that great art collection? Steve, write a check to the state. Donate it to the State of Corrections, DOC, the Department of Corrections, State of Connecticut. In the little memo there, put for e-messaging. And there you go. You can write it off. You're saying you're contributing to the welfare of inmates. And how's that rocking and rolling, right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let me see. I think we have some texts on this. Oh, we have texts leading back to yesterday and the sugary drinks. How about that? Got to get back to that. Oh, look, somebody's sending me laughing emojis. Guess all the illegals need new phones. Why citizens and taxpayers get cut off? Well, it's how it works there. So if you want to send me an emoji, usually I get these laughing. You know the emoji where it's a smiley face that's laughing so hysterically, there are tears coming out of the animated eyes? That's the one I get a lot. So feel free, go ahead, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, simple question that you can tag along to. Let me know what you think. At Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Once again, Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you agree with Governor Ned Lamont's push to eliminate, as in get rid of, a $3.5 million program that provides for free text messaging to Connecticut prison inmates? You say it's got to go or not?
Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield Mobile Service Plus is the next generation of door-to-door maintenance and repair. Enhance your Chevrolet, GMC, or Cadillac ownership experience by making your service needs easy. Utilize our conveniences, including pickup and redelivery, courtesy transportation, and now Mobile Service Plus. Experience next-level service coming soon from Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com.
Inflation is at a 40-year all-time high, and with a recession looming, having an airtight plan is essential. Understanding your plan and how your money is working for you, not against you, is key.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in to Mastering Your Wealth with David Gagnon every Saturday morning at 8, right here on WICC 600.
Discover the best culinary deliciousness everyone is talking about at the Original Vazzi's. Lobster Thursdays feature twin lobsters, steamed or stuffed, just $35 for the pair, or $29 twin lobster rolls and half-price bottles of wine. Starting in late spring, the Original Vazzi's patio will be open for lunch and dinner daily with live music every Friday and Saturday. Sicilian Saturdays feature $4 porchetta or roast beef sandwiches. The Original Vazzi's, Broadbridge Road, Bridgeport. Discover the best. TheOriginalVazzi's.com.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people. Without destroying your credit, they can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, some minor delays out of Stamford. A little bit slow around Sherwood Island, Southport. Not too bad getting up into Bridgeport. Parkway's a good ride. Stamford to Norwalk, a little bit slow into Westport. Fairfield, Trumbull looking okay. Route 8's not too bad, and we have delays on 95, Milford, Orange getting into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight with a low near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll check in with one of our legal eagles in a moment on the trials and tribulations around the Trump White House momentarily with Thane Rosenbaum, one of our go-to guys and gals for all things legal. We are talking, though, about a controversial a statement or an idea from Governor Ned Lamont getting pushback from his own party. The governor says, hey, we may not want to spend $3.5 million a year on a text and email messaging service for prison inmates. And a lot of prison advocates are saying, hey, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much money. It's expensive, but it allows prisoners to just a lot of times calm down, mellow out, talk with their families. Their families can send them some text messages, a little counseling, maybe when they need it. My point of view is, listen, everybody wants what they want. They want it now, but really? Why not? It's $3.5 million. Can we maybe negotiate a better price here? Or is this maybe a tactic from Governor Lamont to get the price to come down? I don't know. Wayne in Shelton is with us. Wayne, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul, good afternoon. Love your show. And
thank you.
You're not getting full. Don't worry. I thought of something. I was listening to this text messages as I'm getting ready to mail my state income tax into the post office.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of a way that possibly instead of making it free, maybe they can charge either the inmates or their family prorated on what their income is and let it go to a fund that when the inmates get out, that they could use that money towards either getting rehabilitated or maybe jobs, some type of jobs program or whatever it is to get them back into being a positive part of society, rather than just giving them a blank check, and that way making them somewhat accountable. I don't know. I was just thinking about something like that.
Oh, Wayne, thank you. That's a great idea. And again, listen, Lamont is supposedly a dollar and cents guy, and I understand he sees money and he may say, well, screw it. I don't care if I get pushback from my caucus. But I urge people to read this story in the Connecticut Mirror, ctmirror.org. And it's a very well-written, balanced story. It takes the governor's position. They talk to his budget chief who says, hey, we just don't have a lot of money here to spread around. But they talk to prison advocates. They talk to past inmates. They talk to present inmates and say, with this, at least on an odd hour, middle of the night, maybe I can text somebody, or when I'm feeling a little down, we can have a couple of text exchanges, and it's better. Because for you folks, and there used to be a couple of prison guards in my building where I live, for you folks that trying to maintain the prisons, which can inherently be dangerous places. Doesn't this make sense? I'm not a pro. I don't know. I don't. We have a pro right here, CBS legal analyst, correspondent Thane Rosenbaum stopping by. He was on earlier today with Lisa. Want to bring him back for a couple of developing things. Thane, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good hearing you, Paul.
Hey, Thane, couple of things here. Number one, you were right, and I think you nailed this right on the head when we talked, I think a couple of months ago or weeks ago, about this Mahmoud Khalil situation. And I know you and other legal eagles were saying, hey, this is an immigration court, not a regular court or a court for a regular citizen of the U.S. Are you surprised that the immigration court said, hey, no, if they want to bounce you out of here, they can?
No, I thought that, this is the thing. Everyone was focusing on the wrong thing. The First Amendment, wrong thing. Green card, wrong thing. You can focus on it all day. You can scream First Amendment all day. But there is a statute that grants the Secretary of State the right to revoke green cards and legal residencies if he or she unilaterally decides. He's the Secretary of State, or she, whoever that may be.
Yeah.
That what you're engaged in, your activities, prejudice, adversely affect my foreign policy. I'm the man for foreign policy, and you're messing around with it. And now I'm kicking you out, and goodbye. And it sounds harsh, but that's why Rubio all along, he just looked at everyone like, you're out of your mind. If you don't think I have the right to do this, watch me. Because, I wouldn't have been able to, it's the real old story that people didn't remember, which is, you're not a citizen. You're here at the invitation. Why do you think you're entitled to everything that a citizen would get? You're not a citizen of this country. And the fact that you could be married to someone that's nice.
Yeah.
You have a green card, very lovely. But it doesn't grant you the rights of a citizenship. And more importantly, even if you argued that I'm entitled to the same First Amendment rights as my next-door neighbor who is a citizen, it wouldn't matter because the Secretary of State has deemed you a threat to our foreign policy. So that's why you're leaving. And that's, and then, of course, the other issue I think we probably talked about is the First Amendment issue is really, again, something that has been casually said.
Yeah.
But there's no First Amendment right to engage in conduct and activity that is threatening, harassing to other people. They're simply not. And so, everyone these were not peaceful protests. He was not a leader of a peace. He was the head of an organization at Columbia that called for the overthrow of all American and Western societies. He was not here, and he was here for the purposes. He may have gotten a degree, but he was here for something else. And that's what Rubio is enforcing.
Well, yeah. Thane, finally, I see this story here. The Trump White House sued. What a shock. Get in line. It's like the deli line, just as like the deli counter. Now serving number 53. White House gets sued over tariffs in the U.S. Court of International Trade. What is that?
So that's an interesting court. It is under the court system. When you and I talked 3 weeks ago, I said immigration judges work for the executive branch.
Okay.
They're administrative judges.
Yeah.
This is a court that's an Article III court. They're like a federal court, and they resolve disputes relating to international trade.
Uh-huh.
The thing that's here is that you're having a bunch of American small businessmen who are saying Donald Trump's tariffs are making it impossible for us to stay in business because we're small businessmen. And so we're American citizens, and we're trying to be in business, and the president has overstepped his authority by imposing tariffs when, in fact, taxes is a congressional matter. It's not for presidents. So this guy, they're just saying, you have engaged in activity that is making us impossible, and we're trying to put a stop, essentially at telling them to get a court order to enjoin the president from stopping his tariff policies. Donald Trump's position is there is a federal statute that deals with special economic emergency rights that a president has during economic emergencies. And he is now claiming that our trade imbalances and certainly the treatment with China is an economic emergency. Now, I don't know where that's going to go. A court's going to have to rule on that. Does the president right that he can rely on? Yes, he's not Congress, but when it comes to the words emergency, even from the early days of our founding, that's why terrorism gets special treatment, national security gets special treatment. You say the word emergency, it always grants more power to the chief executive. And that's what this is. This is the same situation here. President is saying, I'm dealing with an international economic emergency, and this is the only relief that I can think of, tariffs.
Thane Rosenbaum, CBS News legal analyst. Thane, thank you. Appreciate it. Take care, and we'll chat down the road. Thank you. Thane Rosenbaum there. Great stuff. Great, good, tight analysis there, especially with this Mahmoud Khalil. I've been saying this for months. Who does this guy think he is? Get out. Now, if you want to stay, you can have quiet protests here. But, I mean, the fact that you've got half of this country saying, oh, my God, look at this poor guy. No, this poor guy was right in the middle of it at Columbia. The NYPD and all these people, they didn't just go out and say, hey, we need some overtime. Let's go. No, they had people taking over buildings. Stop. Stop with this. Protesting is one thing, but when you're actively threatening, you're using anti-Jewish rhetoric, anti-Zionist rhetoric. You've got other schools like, again, don't believe me. Go and find the video from months back on the UCLA campus where you had Jewish students that were being kept out of certain areas. And I'm supposed to listen to the prattle and the crap on the left talking about American values. No. You're a guest in our house. You behave, or I'm going to plant my foot, where as we kick you out the door. Stop with this guy, Khalil. We're 100% right to boot this guy as far as you can kick him. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, some minor delays out of Stamford. A little bit slow around Sherwood Island. Southport, not too bad getting up into Bridgeport. Parkway's a good ride. Stamford to Norwalk, a little bit slow into Westport. Fairfield, Trumbull looking okay. Route 8's not too bad, and we have delays on 95, Milford, Orange getting into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Unlock the potential of your business with Constep, Connecticut's premier manufacturing consulting firm. For over 25 years, Constep has focused on growth opportunities and client success in a changing manufacturing world. Their expert team of trusted advisors offers tailored solutions combining technical know-how with workforce strategies for transformative results. To help your manufacturing company reach its full potential, visit constep.org and schedule a free consultation. That's CONNSTEP.org.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And once again, thank you to CBS News analyst Thane Rosenbaum and analyzing there the latest on a trade court and also on this, I guess, the power that Marco Rubio has to boot people out of the country, including, now he's still here, they're threatening this guy, Mahmoud Khalil. But come on here, we know what's going on here. Look, if you or I were a visiting student and we're in, I don't know, Italy, France, Germany, Spain, Morocco, wherever, are you gonna go there and just study? Or are you going to go there, study, and take part in demonstrations? Really? When you're a guest in somebody's home and you expect them to look the other way? See, this is why I think, and I could be 100% wrong here, but you're seeing more of these these foreign student deportations, and there's some at UConn, there's 2 or 3 at Yale. My guess on this whole thing, and I could be 100% wrong, and if I am, I'll tell you, hey, remember when I talked about blah, 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 I was wrong. My guess is they're seeing things in the backgrounds of some of these students saying, no, see you later. We have a feeling why you're here. And they may be right. They may be wrong. Again, the case of that transplant doctor at Brown. Oh, she's such a great doctor. Her patients love her. Then why did she have apparently photos of Hamas terrorists, the feds say, on her phone? She admits it, and she says, well, I was just trying to delete those. Oh, wait a minute. You went to the funeral of a terrorist leader, Hassan Nasrallah. What were you doing there? Taking in the photos? Listen, if you want to be a foreign student anywhere, not just the U.S., there's probably stuff that you really shouldn't do.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There's another court hearing today in the case of a Maryland man. The administration earlier said it had mistakenly deported to El Salvador, but has since refused to return. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen.
It is absolutely unjust and illegal to have this Marylander detained one more day in a notorious prison in El Salvador.
CBS's Nancy Cortez reports there's no indication administration lawyers will change their stance today.
Their plan will likely be to try to say as little as possible. This U.S. district judge has required of them that they provide regular updates on what they are doing to bring Mr. Abrego Garcia back to the U.S. And in their filings, they provide as little information as possible.
And this just in, the Department of Justice says the administration will facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia if he were to arrive at a port, and then they would deport him to another country. The federal judge has blocked the administration from revoking the legal status of thousands of other immigrants, as Katrina Kaufman reports.
What this means is there is a temporary reprieve for these individuals who came into the United States under a Biden-era program. It's a temporary stay, but it means for now they will not have to self-deport out of the country.
Harvard University has rejected the president's demands that it limit activism on campus. The president, in turn, froze $2 billion in federal grants. Louisa Moeller reports.
Harvard Medical School said federal funds enabled innovations in cancer immunotherapy, treatments for diabetes and obesity, therapies for autoimmune diseases, and the first gene editing therapy for sickle cell disease and more.
President Trump says China has reneged on a Boeing deal. Bloomberg is reporting Beijing has ordered airlines not to take further deliveries of Boeing jets. Trump later said it's up to China, not the U.S., to come to the negotiating table on tariffs. Other countries have, as Stacey Lynn reports.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says more than 75 countries have reached out and put deals on the table.
Proposals that are actively being considered.
And she acknowledges there's still a lot of work to be done.
But we do believe that we can announce some deals very soon.
As to President Trump hinting he might temporarily relieve the auto industry from permanent tariffs he previously imposed.
I think the point that the president was making is flexibility, and he has flexibility when it comes to negotiations and talks.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
Mexico's denying its farmers were dumping tomatoes in the U.S. after the Commerce Department complained of unfairly priced Mexican imports. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-277-3355. 800-277-3355. 800-277-3355.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut Senate Democrats have reconfirmed Marissa Gillette as chairwoman for the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, commonly called PURA. Not everyone was happy about it, however. All 11 Senate Republicans left the chamber to protest the move. They have not been fans of Gillette, saying she abused her power and prevented major utility companies from investing in Connecticut, among other complaints. Senate Republican leader Steve Harding insinuated that the confirmation hearing was unethical and illegal. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff said Gillette works for the consumer and always has their best interests in mind. The confirmation was for another 4-year term. Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont's job approval rating is at 62%, with a disapproval rating of 30%, according to a poll from Morning Consult released last week. The survey was conducted between January and March. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey has a job approval rating of 58%. Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee is among the least popular with a 43% approval rating. And UConn women's basketball star Paige Beckers was the top overall pick of the Dallas Wings in last night's WNBA draft.
With the first pick in the 2025 WNBA draft, the Dallas Wings select Paige Beckers, University of Connecticut.
Beckers becoming a pro and being the first draft pick wrapped up an exciting 8-day period for her that started last Sunday when UConn won the NCAA National Championship. Two of Beckers' teammates also were drafted into the WNBA last night. Caitlin Chen was the 30th overall pick of the expansion Golden State Valkyries, and Aubrey Griffin was selected 38th by the Minnesota Lynx. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
1295 at the Parkway, about 45 minutes to go. Stamford up into Bridgeport. Parkway really good up until Route 7, then some extra company into Westport. Fairfield side minor delays 44 to 46. 95 slowing a little bit out of Stamford. Minor delays crossing Route 7. Busy into Southport. Fairfield Route 8 still looks pretty good. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And we are continuing to get more responses here on the phone, voice or text, at 333-9422, 333-WICC. Do a statement attributed by Governor Ned Lamont, who apparently, according to the Connecticut Mirror, the governor is saying, hey, this system that we use from this vendor, I guess, to allow prison inmates to text and communicate digitally with loved ones other than phone calls is expensive. It's provided by a company called Securus Technologies here, and you can see at that story, the Connecticut Mirror, there's an app for the prisoners to apparently communicate with loved ones, friends, family members, whatever. The governor says, hey, this thing costs $3.5 million a year. We don't have the money for it. Okay. Now, I look at that and I say, yeah, all right, we know that the prison system here is very expensive to run. I don't know what the Department of Corrections budget is. I guess I can find that out easily enough. But I urge you to read that Connecticut Mirror story because the knee-jerk reaction here is, screw them. They're in prison. Too bad. But should we not say, hey, maybe this is worth it? Maybe there's other places we can save, like, geez, I don't know, Medicare expansion for illegals. Sorry, just saying. This person texts me at 333-9422. Hi, Paul, you're right. This helps take the edge off of some inmates who would otherwise take out their frustrations by assaulting guards and other inmates. Being a prison guard is listed as the most stressful job there is. Hi, Paul. You always have good insights to everything because jails are so overcrowded. Nonviolent offenders rarely get jail time for the most part. Only the most violent get incarcerated. We have to think of the prison guards and nonviolent inmates as well. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the kind thoughts. Listen, it just, I know $3.5 million is $3.5 million. But again, the way we spend money, how much money have we poured into that rat hole called the state pier? How many millions of, hey, we need more money. Well, you just built the thing. Yeah, we need more. Okay, here's another $5 million. My God. And no, I'm not going soft, but I think what's right is right. Like this person who just texted me. Sometimes a text message from a loved one, mom, dad, whatever, sister or brother, saying, hey, bro, calm down. Everything will be good. You're almost out. Before we go to our pal Mark Fitch, Donna in Bridgeport is here. Hi, Donna. How are you?
Hi, Paul. Great. How are you?
Good, Donna. What's going on?
I just want to let you know I enjoy your program so much.
Thank you.
I don't agree with what the governor wants to do to inmates.
Okay.
I think you have already angry people because of their situation. Mm-hmm. So let's make them angrier by not being able to contact their loved ones. And what about the children of these inmates?
Yeah.
Maybe that's your only way. Of course, a lot of women don't want to bring their children to a prison or a jailhouse. So that's the only way the child could tell them about their day at school or whatever. I think it's a disservice to take that away. I really do. Hurt people. So let's give them something. I mean, come on. I understand they're in jail for a reason, but that doesn't mean they should be continually punished, or their children or their loved ones. It's not right. I don't think it's fair at all.
Yeah, Donna, thank you for the kind words, and I agree. Yeah, especially with kids. Maybe their kids are in school during the day, and whatever, they just, before they go to bed, hey, can I send daddy or mommy a message here? Type it out here. I'll send it. Look, $3.5 million. Trust me, this state burns more money on worse things. Trust me. Just the thought. Speaking of that money burning, I'm sorry, that's called a segue in the business. Are we going to tax what they're calling now sweetened beverages? We'll talk about that coming up on WICC.
You wake up with WICC to start your day, and you keep us on in your car and while you're at work. But there's another place you'll find us, right in your email. Sign up for the WICC newsletter and be the first to know about all the local Fairfield County happenings. Best of all, it's free. The Voice of Connecticut is right in your inbox. Get signed up now at voiceofct.com.
Hey Yankees fans, on Sunday, April 27th, when the Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays, take your family out to the ballpark for the chance to receive a brand new giveaway. It's Hershey Park Kids Ticket Giveaway Day. The first 10,000 kids 12 and younger will receive a Hershey Park Kids ticket, courtesy of Hershey Park. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Blue Jays on Hershey Park Kids Ticket Giveaway Day, Sunday, April 27th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets.
Discover fresh deals and cozy feels at Spectre Furniture, the trusted name for quality furniture and mattresses for 135 years. Visit their expanded Gold Bond Mattress Gallery featuring double-sided premium mattresses. That's right, double-sided and flippable, made in America and adjustable bed friendly. Now on sale at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, Main Street, Ansonia. Trusted for 135 years. Spectre Furniture, Main Street, Ansonia, or online at spectrefurniture.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow. Provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, just some delays out of Stamford. A little bit slow at Road 7, minor delays. Fairfield Southport Parkway is a good trip from High Ridge Road up to Road 7. Building a little bit on the Westport side of the no exit zone. Some minor company, Fairfield West 44 to 46, still pretty good. Road 8, 95, busy. Milford, Orange, West Haven. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford. For expert service and great deals, their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A sweetened drink tax that would tax sugary drinks, sweetened drinks, even diet drinks, sodas, fruit punches, those sports drinks, 2 cents per liquid fluid ounce for those drinks, syrups, powders, even on a 64-ounce big old jug of soda that you get for 79 cents, 80 cents, well, you'd be paying over $1.20 in taxes on that. Now, many Democrats of the General Assembly say, listen, it's long time to do it. And a lot of folks in Hartford and the leadership on the Democratic side saying, well, you don't have to buy a sweetened drink.
I think it's like anything, you know, when people go to Starbucks and pay $7 for a coffee because it's what they've decided to spend their money on, that's their choice. And I feel like it's the same way with soda products.
And that is Democratic State Rep Maura Rader. She represents she's Democrat Branford and Guilford. But on the other side, Republican State Rep Joe Paletta, he represents the Waterbury Watertown area. He says, bad idea.
We've heard the word zero tax increase budget over and over.
And, it doesn't matter which way you slice it. This is a new tax. And it is a tax on some of our most vulnerable.
All right, no big deal here. Even a lot of liberals, though, progressives are saying, hey, this is kind of regressive, especially for minorities who tend to buy these products. Joining us right now, he wrote a great piece on this. Check it out, insideinvestigator.org. Our pal from the Connecticut Inside Investigator, Mark Fitch. Hey, Mark, it's Paul here. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on, Paul.
Mark, my immediate question to this was, wait a minute now. Is diet soda or anything that is diet exempted from this? I guess not, right? Because they are in a way sweetened? What's up with that?
Yeah, no, it would include diet sodas, which, is heartbreaking for me. I have a bit of a Diet Coke addiction myself. But it is included because they are quote unquote sweetened beverages.
Yeah.
So it's not a sugar tax, it's a sweetened beverage tax. And so, unless it's 100% fruit juice or 100%
milk,
vegetable juice, or it's a milk product, it's going to get that tax.
Mark, let's cut to the chase right here before we get to the details. Does this kind of have a real shot here, or do you think, in your opinion, you've covered this stuff a long time, is this kind of the stuff they run up the poll and get a committee vote on just to keep people happy? Because I guess, as you point out, no other state does this, right?
Yeah, this would be the first. If we did it, we'd be the first state in the country to do it. Cities have done it: Philadelphia, Seattle, San Francisco. They've done it, but as far as a state, we would be the first one. Now, whether or not this actually has a chance, I think it's got a bit of an uphill climb. I mean, this isn't the first time that they've tried to do this. It isn't even the first time that Governor Lamont has tried to do this. What's really you've got everybody, all the major associations against it: the Restaurant Association, Business Association, the Grocery Association, the Beverage Association. None of them want this. But here's the kicker, and this is why it does have a much better chance than in the past when these ideas were floated to just fill budgets, is that the money from this tax would be used to fund free universal school meals. So, you wouldn't have to pack the kid a lunch anymore. You wouldn't have to pay for lunch at the school anymore. The kid just goes, gets it. It's like the immediate post-COVID era when the kids went back to school and school lunches were covered using ARPA dollars. This tax, which would bring in probably about $200 million a year, would be used to support that.
That's the estimate, $200 million a year?
I should clarify that is my estimate based on, it's based on Lamont's 2019 proposal. Back in 2019, he wanted a 1.5 cents per ounce. That would bring in about $160 million per year back then. So at 2 cents an ounce, you're looking at about $200 million.
So that's interesting, Mark, and I haven't seen anybody market it that way, but if I'm trying to sell this, I would say, hey, look, folks, we know some of you like to make lunch or make breakfast. You wouldn't have to do that. I wonder if they will, as the push for this goes on, if they think it's on a hairline for a vote, Mark, say, hey, this is going to save you money in the long run because you're not having to buy lunch or dinner for your kids.
Yeah, and that is probably a big selling point. There has been a big push to institute universal school meals in Connecticut since COVID. And, it's always been a money issue, $100 million, that's about what it would cost. That's, a lot to come up with when you're dealing with the fiscal guardrails and everything. So, that is the real kicker. And that's why I find the argument about it very interesting, is because people have to weigh one thing against the other. It's all right, I'm going to get hit with these extra costs at the grocery store for buying my Diet Coke or whatever. But, my 4 kids can go to school and just get their food, and I don't have to actually pack them a lunch anymore.
Mark Fitch is the guest, Inside Investigator. CT Inside Investigator is the site. And Mark, the other interesting dynamic here is, and I guess the other side with more orators said, listen, it's about consumer choice. So, and Mark, I am with you on Diet Coke. Believe me, been there, done that. But actually, Mark, and I drink a ton of water a day too. But, Mark, if we don't like the tax, we don't have to buy it, right? I mean, that's a selling point too.
Well, that's very true. But here's the problem is that if that does play out, what happens when they're not bringing in enough money to support the school lunches?
Well, there you
what
go.
happens
Yeah,
then?
yep. Well, Mark, isn't it kind of like the same thing with EVs, right? And the gasoline tax. Hey, go to EVs. Hey, wait a minute now. We need a mileage tax because not enough people are buying gas. Same kind of thing, right?
Oh no, absolutely, yeah. And then that's something we looked. That was one of the reasons that for the big tolls push was that hey, they're making more fuel efficient cars. Now we're not getting as much gas tax revenue. Now we have to go, find some other way to get that money. So yeah, it is a trade. It would be a big trade off.
Yeah.
And people have to make that decision whether they think this is a good idea or not. Or there's always the possibility that, hey, there's maybe other ways you could get the money to do universal school lunch, other than doing this kind of tax. But
sure.
This is what they've come up with for the moment.
Yeah, and Mark, finally, I know you said it's about a 50-50 roll. Listen, I would buy stock, you and I, in all these supermarkets right over the line in New York, in Massachusetts, and in Rhode Island, right? Just right? It's like the state liquor stores in New Hampshire, right?
Yeah, well, and that's something that came up during public hearing is that we have a problem with people coming across the border to redeem their cans and bottles because we've got the 10-cent redemption now. They, potentially other people could be doing the same thing. You go right across the border to Massachusetts, buy like a few cases of your Diet Coke, come back, and you're set for a month.
Right? All right, we'll check it out. Hey, listen, folks, check out the story and all the great stuff that the Inside Investigator does. It's at insideinvestigator.org. The story, Connecticut floats soda tax to support free school meals. Our pal, Mark Fitch. Mark, thanks. Appreciate it. Be good, and we'll chat down the road.
Thank you, Paul.
Appreciate it. And there you go, folks. I mean, think about it. All right, let's say this passes, and there'd be $1.20-something or $1.30-something on that 64-ounce monstrous Coke or Diet Coke or Pepsi. Well, what the heck? Let's take the minivan from the house, right? Let's drive. If you're in Bridgeport, Hartford, Fairfield, Danbury, whatever, let's just drive all over the border into New York. First Aldi's, you see. First Stop and Shop. First Big Y. Or if you're up north, out of Hartford, go to Springfield. Hey, where we go? Hey, Dad, where we going today? Son, we're going to be hunting some soda. Let's go to Springfield. Or if you're out, in Groton, New London, whatever, here we go. You go to Rhode Island. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So there you go. There you go. It is what it is. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, how are you, sir?
Oh, I was hoping to be after the news. But listen, we talked yesterday.
Yes, we did.
The 2 cents per ounce.
Yeah.
It's not a percentage.
Yeah, per ounce.
An excise.
Yeah.
And so the soda I buy is 99 cents for 68 ounces in the big jug.
So it's
that's
$1.30 something in tax. Yeah.
$1.36 in tax.
Yeah.
So it brings my soda from 99 cents to $2.36.
There you go.
Two and a half times the price. And let's just say it what it is. It's a 136% tax on the bottle of soda that I buy
Dave,
commonly.
Just understand the wonderful little mouths you'll be feeding with this.
And let me tell you about the lie that's going around.
Yeah.
I called the governor's office on the hotline and said this is a bad idea
Yeah.
to feed school children breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah.
And he said, yes, but the health benefits of the reducing the obesity. And they're selling
Wait.
feeding starving children.
Hold on, Dave. You said he said. Did you talk to the governor?
No, you talked to the governor's representative on the hotline, and I didn't argue with him. I just said it was a bad way to fund breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and he mentioned the benefits against sugar.
Yeah.
And the other lie was what your representative just told us.
Yeah.
It's not a tax on sugar drinks. they kind of fogged around the fact that sweetened means artificially sweetened.
Yeah.
Which doesn't cause obesity at all. Okay, now it's time for the joke. My solution to prevent obesity is not to feed the kids free lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner in school.
Yeah.
That's my diet plan. Okay. Remember, 136% increase, tax increase on that 2-liter jug of soda.
Dave,
you never heard of a tax that big.
I'm going to make you the official mathematician. Right here. Dave in Branford is my official statistical analyst on Connecticut Today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wet roadways across parts of the area, but still a very good ride this afternoon. No major problems on 95. A little bit of company out of Stamford, Norwalk, minor delays, Fairfield, Southport. Parkway looks good through New Canaan. A little bit of company at 4142. Minor delays, Fairfield side. Still pretty quiet. Route 8 into the valley. No major problems on the Parkway into New Haven County. 95 moderately busy. West Haven up to New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight with a low near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut paid leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut paid leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
When disaster strikes, whether it's a house fire, furnace malfunction, or burst pipes, trust me, Felicia, the owner of Robin Hood Adjusters, to be your advocate. With over a decade of experience, I specialize in increasing the settlement value of your insurance claim and shielding you from unethical lowball offers by the insurance giants. Visit RobinHoodAdjustersCT.com and see how I can help protect your interests and get you the compensation you deserve. At Robin Hood Adjusters, I work for you.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, The Last Encores. August 2nd at Mohegan Sun Arena. Get tickets Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is freezing $2 billion in federal grant money to Harvard and threatening to take away its tax-exempt status because of past protests on campus. Press Secretary Caroline Levitt.
The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious behavior.
Harvard says the government's demands violate the school's First Amendment rights. The Trump administration still refusing to return a Maryland man deported to El Salvador. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen says he's requested a meeting with the visiting president of El Salvador. Failing that,
I do intend to go to El Salvador to discuss the reliefs.
Today is the 6th anniversary of the devastating fire that destroyed parts of Notre Dame in Paris. Many parts of the cathedral are now open.
Very emotional, and it's wonderful that they were able to restore it. And it's just amazing to see all these crowds.
30,000 people visit each day. The Dow is off 96. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State lawmakers are considering a bill that would add a new tax on soda and juice to pay for free meals in schools. The proposal would add the tax on sweetened beverages, syrups, and powders to the prices paid by wholesalers. The goal is to raise enough money to cover the $110 million a year needed to provide free breakfast and lunch to all students. The move has caused concern for the state hospitality industry. Connecticut Restaurant Association President Scott Dolch told NBC he was concerned about the impact on business owners.
This is going to have a drastic effect across the board of all businesses in retail, and that's where my concern.
Republicans in the legislature are warning that an effort by the Trump administration to ban soft drink purchases from SNAP benefits could reduce the tax revenue. State Representative Joe Paletta spoke with NBC and expressed concerns that this was the wrong way to acquire the necessary funds.
I think that we have a budget with some areas that we can realize some savings in, and just taxing people more is not necessarily the right way to go here.
Over 50 international college students in Connecticut have seen their visas revoked by the Trump administration. 13 of the students with revoked visas are from the University of Connecticut, and 4 are from Yale. The rest are from private colleges and universities around the state. Attorney General William Tong yesterday joined 18 other states in a lawsuit seeking to stop the Trump administration from targeting international students on ideological grounds. 2 juveniles and an adult are being charged with attempted burglary in West Haven. They were apprehended after they tried to flee around 5:30 p.m. Sunday when officers responded to an address on Rockdale Road. The adult is identified as 18-year-old Johnny St. Pierre of West Haven, who was charged with attempted first-degree robbery and interfering with an officer. The juveniles were issued summonses and released to their parents. A new bill in the General Assembly would provide a tax break for Connecticut renters. If passed, this new law would allow for renters to make deductions on their taxes similar to ones already available to homeowners. To qualify, a single person must make under $75,000 a year and $125,000 if filing jointly. Representative Moira Rader told WFSB Channel 3 that this change would provide a much-needed breaker to residents who are unable to purchase a home.
We're struggling with Connecticut affordable housing, and people want to stay in their rental properties. They might not be able to advance to owning a property, so this gives them, a break on that expense every year.
The bill is currently in the Finance Committee and will advance to the House if passed. State Senator Tony Wong held a press conference yesterday to address the dangers of distracted driving. With multiple laws currently in the legislature aimed at making Connecticut roads safer, Wong is raising awareness of the life-threatening realities of not keeping your eyes on the road. At the press conference, which was attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Wong outlined the numerous ways one can be distracted behind the wheel.
And we always think about texting and phone calls, but there are other examples of distracted driving. Texting and talking is one, eating and drinking, as well as applying makeup and shaving, as well as reading a newspaper or books.
Distracted driving was the cause of over 32,000 deaths in 2023. Speed enforcement cameras are expected to be installed in all school zones in Greenwich by this fall. Greenwich Police Chief James Heavey has asked the Board of Selectmen to move forward with a camera placement plan. Heavey says the cameras will collect fines, but the goal is not to raise revenue. He says they are hopeful the cameras will help create a safer environment around Greenwich schools. And Westport's police chief will be stepping down. Chief Fody Kaskinas has announced he will be resigning in June. Westport First Select Woman Jen Tooker said she received and accepted the chief's letter of resignation. Kaskinas had been a Westport police officer since 1996 and had served as chief for the past 9 years. Tooker said the town and the department are losing one of what she called Westport's finest. Kaskinas' resignation takes effect June 30th when he will take a job as chief of the Easton Police Department. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wet roadways across parts of the area, but still a very good ride this afternoon. No major problems on 95. A little bit of company out of Stamford, Norwalk. Minor delays, Fairfield, Southport. Parkway looks good through New Canaan. A little bit of company at 4142. Minor delays, Fairfield side. Still pretty quiet. Route 8 into the valley. No major problems on the Parkway into New Haven County. 95 moderately busy. West Haven up to New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Send a text to someone who will actually read them. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And we're here, you and I, coming up next hour, our weekly visit with Megan Portfolio, Yankee Institute. You're going to love what she has today. She sent me this, and I started laughing out loud. We're getting those text messages that Mr. Big Voice is telling us. Now, I have a text here from somebody who says, another Democrat Party socialism tax raising a load of crap. Pathetic. So I guess this has to do with the 2 cent per fluid ounce Sweden beverage tax. Now again, I said I was somewhat interested in this, but wait a minute now. If this is sweetened and not just sugar, no. You want to do something, I don't know, put a 1 cent per bottle. That's it. 1 cent. 1 cent. 1 penny. Try that. 1 cent. Not 1 cent per ounce. 1 cent. Could we try that? No. This is a comment, obviously, I guess, on the prison texting scenario here we've been talking about. Sure, what the hell? We're covering electric bills and cell phones for prisoners. Why do they even have phones in prison? Well, this is, you know what, it's interesting. Whoever texted that, thank you. There was a previous texter who said this, and somebody on the phone as well. The way the laws are in Connecticut, only the worst of the worst, whatever, only they end up in jail. So this might be seen as a way by professionals who say, hey, this keeps some bad convicts calm. They can exchange a message with mom and dad. I wonder how the Connecticut prison guards feel about this. I wonder if the prison guards unions, the DOC unions would weigh in on this and said, hey, we have seen a decided ease off of stress between us and these prisoners over the past, 4 years that they've been able to text. I don't know. Food for thought. Lorraine in Stamford is with us. Hey, Lorraine, it's Paul. How are you?
Hi, Paul. I'm calling up about that tax for the soda.
Yeah, the sugary, our other big topic today, the sweetened beverage tax, Lorraine. Yes.
Right. Well, I'm 70 years old.
Okay.
I do not have any children in school.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I have to pay a tax for the children that are going to school to have 2 meals?
I guess the answer you might get, Lorraine, on that, we hear all the time, it's for the greater good.
Well, I grew up, my parents worked and so on and so forth. But
okay.
My husband died when my children were very, very young.
Mm.
And I worked. I worked and I worked and I worked and I paid childcare and I worked and I worked and I worked. And I made lunch. And sometimes they got free lunch.
Yeah.
But most of the time I made lunch. They weren't allergic to peanuts, so they had peanut butter and jelly.
Okay.
But I don't see why every time that one of these benefits, because that's what it is, it's a benefit, it's not a right.
Mm-hmm.
One of these benefits comes up, everybody has to pay for it. And I'm already paying taxes here in Stamford that go to the Board of Education, that goes to the school. There's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah.
But why do I just don't understand that. I think it's very unfair to somebody like me who I do not have children in school.
Sure.
And I have to pay this tax. Now, I don't drink a lot of soda,
okay,
but I drink juice.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's getting a little ridiculous. Every time I turn around, my grocery bill is going up and up and up, whether it's from inflation or it's from something like this.
Lorraine, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging on. Yeah, I mean, people are frustrated. I get it, Lorraine. And again, what Lorraine illustrated there is a larger issue that I think eventually, not yet, but is eventually going to have to be at least looked at seriously, with some level of seriousness. Should taxpayers, homeowners, people that own cars registered in the city, if they don't have kids, or if you get to a certain age and your child or children are not using the public school system, just for an example, should the tax burden be the same or maybe adjusted?
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Columbia Dental invites you to come to their Norwalk office for your entire family's dental health. It is their mission to provide you with comprehensive dental care you and your family deserve. Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk, located at 91 East Avenue, open 5 days a week, or visit their Manchester location at 483 Middle Turnpike West, open 7 days a week. Columbia Dental, here for you and your family for regular checkups or emergency visits. ColumbiaDental.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
In a choppy session today, stocks finished modestly lower as the Dow slid about 155 points after being in the plus column for much of the day, ending at 40,368. The S&P lost 9 points, just about 0.2% to 5396. The Nasdaq down only 8 points to 16,823 as tech stabilized in the wake of all the concerns around tariffs, exemptions, and confusion over policy, broadly speaking. 10-year note yield slipped a little bit to 4.34%. The dollar firmed up after getting hammered in recent sessions. Oil prices slipped 2 cents to $61.51 a barrel. Gold up almost $20 to $32.46 the ounce. This as we wait for more earnings that roll off the line. Banks delivering better than expected corporate profits, both Bank of America and Goldman up on the day. Boeing down after it was reported that China may halt the importation of any deliveries of Boeing aircraft into China. More economic data, more earnings out rolling off the line come tomorrow, and still more tariff talk yet to come.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news! The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to VaxAssist.com and schedule today. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95, just a little bit of company in through Stamford. Getting heavier into Westport, too, around Sherwood Island up to Southport, Fairfield. Parkway's heavy, 41, 42 in Westport. Fairfield side, really not too bad. A brief tap near the Fairfield Rest. Route 8 still looking okay. New Haven County, 95, busy into Long Wharf. Parkway looks good up to the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight, low near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back, and only on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yes, you're letting me know what you think online at the Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. 2 questions there. One on this 2 cents per fluid ounce sweetened beverage tax, and also my thought that the $3.5 million we spend in the state to allow prisoners, about 11,000 prisoners, to text and stay in contact with their families and friends, I think that's well worth it. I think we could save money elsewhere. I think if this keeps the prison population calmer, more connected to their families, that's only a good thing. I know it's $3.5 million, but I don't know. Maybe we cut that $3.5 million from the stuff we give illegals. How about that, huh? I hazard to think a lot of those folks, those guys and gals in prison, may actually be citizens. Let's give them some benefits. I know, I'm talking like a crazy person. Craig in Norwalk. Hi, Craig. How are you today?
Good. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Craig. What's on your mind?
Well, the soda tax is, I think, a wonderful thing.
Okay.
I've been fighting the overconsumption of sugar for 46 years. I run a nonprofit.
Yep.
And the trouble caused by the consumption of sugar, especially in a liquid form, which is pre-digested,
yep,
causes a long list of problems with our bodies and our brains. And people don't pay attention to it. They go, la, 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 la. And they think it's all normal and they deserve it. It's not right.
Until Craig, like me, you were diagnosed as a type 2 diabetic, as I was 17 years ago. And I tell people, Craig, and you must hear this, getting diagnosed as a diabetic, look, nobody wants to be that, but only then did I start paying attention to how much freaking sugar I was taking into my body. Only then.
Oh, my Lord, is it bad out there? And people don't understand. Then they're doing the white flour, the white rice, the corn products, which all turn into sugar in 20 minutes flat.
I know.
So you're getting so overloaded with carbohydrates.
Yeah.
And I call diabetes, because something like 80 or 85% of all people that have diabetes are carrying a lot of weight.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Then I call soda. And do you think soda affects your brain? It absolutely does.
Yeah, and Craig, I do have to run. Thank you. No, yeah, folks, listen. Now, look, I made a conscious decision, and the reason this bill is engineered this way is because of a decision I made, like millions of other people. Hey, I still like my soda. I just don't drink sugared soda. So Diet Pepsi, Diet Coke, Diet Ginger Ale, and I know there's people who say, well, the diet stuff may be worse, whatever. But, I've lost over 100 pounds since, 17, 18 years ago, whatever. Still not where I want to be, but I'm getting closer. But it was shocking. I went to a nutritionist, work with her a little bit, and you ever see that display a lot of nutritionists have that they show, what's supposed to be a can of Coke, a can of fruit juice, whatever, and they show how much actual sugar There's the actual amount of white sugar that's in that can or that bottle. I'm saying, oh my God, I was doing that 2 or 3 times a day. Good God. As my doctor told me the day, he said, hey, you're a type 2 diabetic. I said, all right. He said, with the numbers you just gave me, you shouldn't be vertical. You should be horizontal somewhere. Okay, that woke me up. Mary and Ansonia. Hi, Mary. How are you? Hello. Mary, are you there? Mary, are you there? Mary going once? Mary going twice? Mary going, call us back, Mary, will you? I mean, just to give you an idea of where I was, and those of you who are diabetic, you will understand this number when I give it to you. You take your blood sugar readings, and ideally, the perfect reading is somewhere between 80 and 110, right? We all know that. And it's a measure of how much glucose is in your blood. Okay. Like this morning, I took mine. It was like 127. I mean, that's okay. My doctor said, for you, 120 to 140, you're good. And 99.99999% of the time I'm there. Some mornings I'm not because I went out to a restaurant the night before, said, screw this, I'm having a nice dish of pasta. I don't care right now. Tomorrow I'll care. So on a given morning, I'm like 120, 125, 130. The day he said, hey, you got to stop your complete intake of sugar, nothing, no more soda, no more white carbs, no more candy, no more of this, no more of that. He showed me the glucose meter, and you folks who are diabetic, you'll know this. My blood glucose was 485. 485. He looked at me, my GP, who is now, from what I understand, retired and traveling the world. Great guy. Wish him all the best in the world. He said, the only reason I'm not sending you to a hospital is how good you look with this blood glucose reading of 485. Okay, what do? Stop the sugar. Stop immediately. No more regular soda. No more regular candy, this and the other, until you get this under control. And, all right, fast forward a couple of months, I was down in the low 100s. So I was able to do it, knock on wood, a couple of medications, it's good. But to our last caller's point, maybe one of the upticks of this is that people will consume less sugar. Now, they knew that when they crafted this bill. They said, well, we're probably going to have to include, and this is the nefarious part of this, because if it was really a health measure and not a funding thing, they would not have included diet drinks on this. But they did because they know they have to raise, if this goes through, Mark Fitch, our guest, said it's got a decent shot. He doesn't know. But if this goes through, they're probably not going to make the money they want to make if it's only, per chance, pure sugared stuff. So they have to include, the Gatorade Zero, the vitamin water that's zero, because I don't see the reason to buy any sugared beverage anymore. I don't. In fact, it's weird. I took a gulp of sugared soda the other day because I had to take a pill and I was on the road and I pulled over and I'm like, I forgot to take this. The only thing I had in the car, and I grabbed it off a free food spread thinking it was a Diet Pepsi. It wasn't. It was a regular Pepsi. I'm like, I don't have any water. My coffee cup is dry. Let me just pop this pill down. And I took that mouthful of fully sugared soda. I'm like, ooh, man. So they know, too, that a lot of people like, for example, Diet Coke because of the taste, whatever. But, to our last caller, I mean, listen, if this cuts down people's intake of sugar, you're never going to completely eliminate it. I have some ice cream from time to time, maybe a little white bread here and there, but that could be a good thing. It could, or maybe not. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, just a little bit of company in through Stamford and getting heavier into Westport, too, around Sherwood Island up to Southport, Fairfield. Parkway's heavy, 41, 42 in Westport. Fairfield side, really not too bad. A brief tap near the Fairfield Rest. Route 8 still looking okay. New Haven County, 95, busy into Long Wharf. Parkway looks good up to the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, hope you did your taxes, or if not, did you file for an extension, whatever. None of my business. Mine are done. Finished them up last week. I've been doing this for too many decades. But we're going to talk with Megan Portfolio, our friend from the Hartford Portfolio blog from the Yankee Institute. Next break coming up. And she has a very funny piece. There was a local for Fairfield County. There was a Fairfield County legislator who apparently got caught on a hot mic being a little, shall we say, cavalier, is that the word? About, hey, go ahead and tax my constituents. Go ahead. We'll give you exactly what she said. It was a big oops moment. Like I tell people in the broadcast who are not in the broadcast business. If you can see the microphone, assume it hears everything you say. So one legislator apparently a little oopsie moment there, and we'll talk about that. Also, to finish up the program next hour, after we finish up with Megan, 2 sets of poll numbers. One regarding Governor Ned Lamont. Which possible Republican office seekers for the governor and lieutenant governor position they may want to think twice about running when they see these numbers. And also, new poll numbers from Harvard University, not quite a right-wing outlet. They're not as bad for Donald Trump as the progressive left would apparently wish them to be.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. A hearing is still underway at this hour for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. It's a follow-up after a judge ordered the Trump administration to provide her with updates on his whereabouts. His wife, Jennifer, spoke outside court.
Even though my heart is heavy, I find hope and strength in those around me.
The Justice Department now says it will facilitate his return if he arrives at a port and then would deport him to another country. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
We haven't yet seen anyone held responsible in any of these cases. We haven't reached that level of contempt, but there is deep concern here. We are seeing actions taken that many legal scholars say potentially violate the Constitution.
President Trump has issued a new threat to Harvard, dropping its tax-exempt status. It comes after the administration froze $2.2 billion in grant funding for the school. Press Secretary Caroline Levitt says it's over alleged anti-Semitic incidents on campus.
The university failed to impose formal discipline on any students for this anti-Semitic conduct violations, including the occupation of a campus building and the disruption of classes with bullhorns. The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious behavior.
The administration has threatened other schools recently, too, including Cornell, Northwestern, and Brown. The University of Michigan last month closed its DEI office, citing executive orders from the president. The tit-for-tat tariffs continues. Bloomberg reporting that the Chinese government is halting deliveries of Boeing jets and telling carriers to stop buying airline parts from U.S. companies. CBS's Kelly O'Grady says it may be just the beginning of hitting the U.S. where it hurts.
What other companies are they going to go after? Big iconic brands there, Starbucks, Nike, Disney. I mean, all of them have a huge market in China where a lot of their revenue comes from. So you could start to see China play this game, not just retaliatory tariffs, but going after companies that are critical to the American economy, and also CEOs that might start to speak up and say, hey, this is not working for us.
Jury selection is underway in the retrial of Harvey Weinstein, with some potential jurors admitting they could not be fair. He's being retried after his 2020 conviction was overturned last year. Lindsay Goldbrum is an attorney for one of the accusers.
As she has told me her experience, and again told the DA her experiences, one thing has been crystal clear, that this was not consensual.
The tax deadline is here, 11:59 tonight in your local time zone. You can apply for an extension of October 15th. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Over 50 international college students in Connecticut have seen their visas revoked by the Trump administration. 13 of the students with revoked visas are from the University of Connecticut, and 4 are from Yale. The rest are from private colleges and universities around the state. Attorney General William Tong yesterday joined 18 other states in a lawsuit seeking to stop the Trump administration from targeting international students on ideological grounds. 2 juveniles and an adult are being charged with attempted burglary in West Haven. They were apprehended after they tried to flee around 5:30 p.m. Sunday when officers responded to an address on Rockdale Road. The adult is identified as 18-year-old Johnny St. Pierre of West Haven, who was charged with attempted first-degree robbery and interfering with an officer. The juveniles were issued summonses and released to their parents. Speed enforcement cameras are expected to be installed in all school zones in Greenwich by this fall. Greenwich Police Chief James Heavey has asked the Board of Selectmen to move forward with a camera placement plan. Heavey says the cameras will collect fines, but the goal is not to raise revenue. He says they are hopeful the cameras will help create a safer environment around Greenwich schools. And Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont's job approval rating is at 62%, with a disapproval rating of 30%, according to a poll from Morning Consult released last week. The survey was conducted between January and March. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey has a job approval rating of 58%. Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee is among the least popular with a 43% approval rating. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, now we have an accident between exits 52 and 53 as you head north up towards the Sikorsky Bridge. Northbound delays begin just prior to Route 8. Southbound delays back to the bridge. 8 and 25 connector now busy into 95. Parkway, Norwalk, or Stamford up to Norwalk, not bad. Slowing in through Westport. A little bit slow on the Fairfield side. 95's heaviest from Sherwood Island getting up into Fairfield and Southport. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight with a low near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I am still trying to figure this out. I really am. And what I'm trying to figure out is, for the love of God, what is it with the White House and this accidentally deported guy? I cannot figure, beyond them, from the president on down, beyond them just not wanting to get in front of a set of microphones and you say, you know what? We screwed up. We're going to get this guy back. I've asked the president of this and the foreign minister of this, get me this guy back. But I'm sitting here and I'm listening to all this stuff and the news cycle being sucked up by this one issue. It is mind-boggling that the White House is allowing this to happen. And you may say, well, it's the media. But no, it's not. No, it's not. If somebody admits somebody was accidentally deported, that's a story. Okay, it is. And it becomes more of a story if you act rock-headed and don't try and create it. I'm sorry, don't try and correct it. But my God, now the Justice Department fires immigration lawyer who argued the case of mistakenly deported man. This from CNN. Erez Ruveni argued the government's case in the deportation of Kilmar Armando Albrego, who the Trump administration says was sent to his native El Salvador last month due to a clerical error, despite a court order that he not be deported. Okay, then get the guy back. It drives me nuts when incompetence is covered up. I mean, assuming here that everybody is saying now, well, this shouldn't or couldn't have happened, didn't happen the right way, and now they're saying it's effectuated versus this and that. Oh my God, this is turning into a first-class cluster, you know what? And I wish I could say it. Asked why the U.S. could not simply ask for Abrego Garcia's return, the lawyer said, quote, "The first thing I did when I got this case on my desk is ask my clients the same question," adding that he did not get a direct answer. Well, you know, his client is the White House. And the Wall Street Journal first reported the firing of this lawyer. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. And again, this probably comes from the president on down. You know, the whole thing, you know, one of his philosophies, never admit you're wrong. Never say we made a mistake. Never go out there and say, hey, we deal with numerous things today, and this slipped through the cracks. Now, is it going to harm him? I don't know. I have no idea. But to me, if there's irrefutable evidence there that this guy should not have been deported, then why are you letting it suck all the oxygen out of the room when you could be touting other stuff? And I know they try and do that. During an Oval Office meeting Monday that included the president, President Trump, and the president of El Salvador, and Stephen Miller, a top aide to Trump, They disputed the Justice Department's admission of an error in the deportation. Stephen Miller said, quote, "The only mistake that was made is a lawyer put in an incorrect line in a legal filing since has been relieved of duty." Oh, my God. Attorney General Pam Bondi, who put the lawyer, Mr. Ravuni, on leave, took issue with how he handled the case. Oh, God. Please, just fix it. This looks like romper. No, this is worse than romper room. Just fix it. That's all. It ain't hard. Get the guy back, admit you screwed up, and like they say, move on.
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, "Alexa, play WICC." Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, "Alexa, play WICC."
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology and Super Cruise. The Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any electric vehicle SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything related to the trees on your property, K&J Tree Service should be your first call. They're my go-to for all of my tree issues. Did you know K&J has 0% financing available right now? You can apply from your phone. There's no credit impact. There are loan options within seconds, and they're also offering special discounts like $250 off of $2,500 jobs or more than $500 off a $5,000 job. Are your trees in distress? Is your yard losing its charm? Well, then let K&J Tree Service bring your landscape back to life with their expert tree care solutions. At K&J Tree Service, they understand the importance of maintaining the beauty and safety of your outdoor space, and their team of certified arborists offer top-notch services, including tree trimming, tree removal, stump grinding, and so much more. Go to kjtreeservice.com for your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, and you can also text them for a free assessment. 203-248-TREE.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident on the Parkway northbound between exits 52 and 53. Northbound delays go all the way back into Trumbull. Southbound heavy off the Sikorsky Bridge because of it. Busy on the 8 and 25 connector. Parkway northbound delays into Westport. A busier ride on 95 Westport, Southport. Still pretty good Route 8 into the valley. The Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor give your family and yourself the most important gift you can. Peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, talk or text to 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Email us Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. All right. Back to all the text messages, phone calls. Momentarily, it's our weekly Tuesday check-in. Check out Megan Portfolio, the Hartford Portfolio, the blog at the Yankee Institute. And Megan, I would guess, is all bubbly and excited because it's tax day 2025. Are you celebrating? How do you feel today?
Yeah, I'm going to be celebrating when I hang up with you by actually doing my taxes.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't done them yet.
Really?
You know, Paul, when you watch all the crap that I have to watch with the government, it makes me really not want to do my taxes until the absolute last second.
So are you doing these online, or will you be running to your local post office?
I'll just do them online, and it hurts my soul, especially if I owe someone a check.
I made out okay with the fact. Well, see, what I do is I over withhold. So, like, I do my, whatever filing withholds the most, and then I fill out my stuff here at work and say, well, hold more, just in case. So this way I go through the pain, Megan. I increase my pain all throughout the year.
I don't know if I have the fiscal discipline, but I've always wanted to just, not pay it out of my paycheck and just send them a check and then, invest that money and so make some interest. And then, but I don't know if I have the fiscal discipline. I sound like our lawmakers that want to break our guardrails.
By the way, speaking of, there's a segue. Now, you have two pieces here. Before we get to something from a state legislator, let's talk about your piece that says, I regret to inform you that it's tax day, and you've summed up some rather interesting numbers for us here in Connecticut. So what do you have on that?
Yeah, well, I was prompted to write this based on my own experience right now of not doing my taxes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, gee, I wonder where Connecticut ranks. Like, if I look at because all these organizations, they do these rankings from all the states, all different organizations. I'm like, let me just compile them all together to get me really filed up before I actually file. And it's not good. We got Tax Foundation study, most recent study, for property taxes. We're the worst, which, by the way, today the Democrats have decided that we need to have a mansion tax because is there a number worse than 50th in the country? I guess we could be the worst in the universe for property taxes. Is that the next goal?
Yeah.
Yeah, corporate taxes were the 31st worst, and that's just a tax foundation. And then there's Wallet Hub. We're the highest. We're the state with the 10th highest with the tax burden. Yeah, and that's Wallet Hub. I think I talked about this on your show maybe last week. The rate of return of our taxes, according to Wallet Hub, we're awful. For what we're paying, we have the 8th highest tax burdens, and we're not getting a bang for our buck there. And it just goes on and on. U-Haul did a study. We're 41st out of 50th for net migration. And the guy that did the study, he attributes a lot of the people moving down south to the lower tax states because they are living in states in the Northeast or California that are high tax. And Heritage Foundation, they just had one. If you tax them, they will run. And that was another. They showed that we lost over 21,000 residents just to Florida and Texas. Wow. In 2023. It goes on, and IRS backs it up. They between 2021 and 2022, we lost $1 billion for people. They just left Connecticut to move to lower tax states. So this isn't my opinion or propaganda. This is different organizations are saying this. CNBC, cost of doing business in the state, we're the 43rd worst. Business friendliness, we're the 39th worst. Cost of living, we're the 34th worst. It just goes on and on and on.
And Megan, and again, a lot of people, for whatever reason, lazy, they don't care, they like this, they just send the same people from the same party every 2 years or every 4 years up to Hartford. And this is nothing personal, but the numbers show it. These are the same people driving this state down a fiscal rat hole. But again, they don't care. They don't know. They don't care. It's amazing.
And they don't really know how the sausage is made. Like with the media, some media is friendly to the government and will only report one-sided things, and things are great. And, you know, it's all the rich people's fault that we're in the situation that we're in.
Yeah.
And it's just because I worked in politics a little bit, and it takes a lot. I mean, it literally is a full-time job. I get paid to watch the government, and and people don't have the time. They work and they expect their media to give them, unbiased information. And unfortunately, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but
someone knocks on their door. They're like, "Hey, I'm so-and-so. I'm running for office. I'm a nice person." And they're like, "Oh yeah, they're great. I'm going to vote for them.
Yeah,
they were nice when they came to my door."
There you go. And they knock on my door, and I say, "Get out." No, I'm sorry.
I love when they come to my door.
Well, again, and Megan, I've always said this, and people laugh when I say it, but there is a cadre of voter here in the state, and I tell them on this show all the time, you need to take a look, do a little bit of a deeper dive. There's a gazillion websites you can find this. Don't vote for somebody, some guy or some gal or some party, because they show up at your son's or daughter's rubber chicken Little League banquet.
Yeah, that's well said, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, oh, hey, it's great to see you again. Have the guts to say, hey, it's good to see you, but I was really disappointed in your vote on that tax bill. Why did you vote that way? But they know, Megan, most of the people, sadly, they don't know or they don't care. And it's mind-boggling.
Well, and it's also not as sexy as, tuning into like Fox News or CNN and watching like the stuff take place on the national level. I mean, it is more interesting on the national level than it is, for some of the stuff that I cover is really dry. I try to make it, as entertaining as possible. Pension debt isn't really like that sexy of a topic, but pension debt is one of the main reasons why our taxes are so high.
I go to my weekly meetings with my two programming bosses here, and and they're usually on Tuesdays. And hey, what's coming up today? Blah 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 blah. And I have Megan Portfolio on, and I explain. I say, yeah, and my bosses said, she's really good. It's a good segment. And I said, yeah. I said, do you believe she actually sits there and reads these bills, like hundreds of pages? And one of my bosses goes, oh, my God. Does she? I said, yeah. She sits there and finds stuff on page 236, line 990.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now is the real fun time because the fiscal analysis reports come out. So then we get to see how much all of this nonsense is going to cost us.
All right. Finally, I want to wrap up with this. And I laughed. I guess one of our more, shall we say, left-leaning progressive lawmakers from not a low-income area, from a rather high-income area, said something that was caught on a hot mic today that many of her constituents may like, but they may not like. Who are we talking about here?
Oh, our friend Representative Hughes, who serves Easton, Reading, and Weston. So Rep. Hughes doesn't realize that. So I watch a lot of CTN.
Yeah.
And I've been watching a lot of CTN for years.
Okay.
And after every press conference, CTN keeps the cameras rolling and the mics are on.
The mics are hot, yes.
And I literally if people laugh at me because they're like, why are you sleeping? I'm like, no, I'm trying to hear the background because they're talking and it picks it up on the mic and I'm looking for what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And it finally paid out for me today. So there was a press conference today. It was the Tax Equity Caucus. So when you hear the word equity, I don't need to go explain that, but they're talking about how they want to have a mansion tax. They want increased capital gains tax and then some child tax credit that they're supporting.
Yeah.
Press conference is over. Cameras are rolling. Rep. Hughes is high-fiving Representative Kit. I think her name is. She's new. She's a rep from Fairfield.
Okay.
And they're high-fiving, because why not high-five on tax day and talk about raising taxes? And then all of a sudden I hear, we're not rich, But I always tell the governor to tax my people. They won't even notice. So I'm just curious, Paul, to your listeners in Easton, Reading, and Weston.
There you go.
Do they not notice when their taxes go up? But I'll tell you what, I noticed when she said that, and I quickly banged out the article. On that. You can catch it out on our website.
Yes, that is hysterical. And, when I was working on a couple of campaigns years and years ago, I had a rule because I was the media person, and I said the minute we walk into a studio or any room with a microphone there that you may not know is hot or otherwise, you keep your mouth shut. If you're asked a question, you answer the question, and you say nothing else. And even if it's over, you assume the mics are hot.
That's like rule number one. Rule number two, watch what you eat, because pictures, you can make real funny memes out of certain pictures of people eating certain items.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you can. All right, folks, check this out. Hot mic, Representative Hughes, quote, tax my people. They won't even notice. Ah, yes. From Megan Portfolio, the Hartford Portfolio, and the Yankee Institute. Megan, be good. Have a happy weekend, and we'll chat with you next week. Thanks.
Okay, bye, Paul.
All right, bye-bye. There you go. Well, there you go, folks. Here's the quote, and again, this is why when I worked with candidates, I said, okay, we're going to step to the... I literally would pull my candidates aside and say, okay, remember, there's a microphone in there. And I don't care the event hasn't started yet. You say, hi, nice to see you. Nothing detailed unless you're asked a question. Here it is on Tuesday. Democratic legislators from the Tax Equity Caucus held a news conference to push for a capital gains tax increase, along with ideas to expand the child care tax credit, override the fiscal guardrails. Representative Ann Hughes turned to Representative Kit and Representative Nick Menapace, Democrat East Lyme, and Democrat Jason Doucette of Glastonbury, and added, quote, we're not rich, but I always tell the governor to tax my people. They won't even notice.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident should be wrapped up Parkway northbound between exits 52 and 53. Still very heavy all the way back into Trumbull. Southbound's getting much better, though, off the Sikorsky Bridge. 8 and 25 connector jamming into 95. Northbound Route 8, a heavier ride out of Shelton up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Lower end of the Parkway starting to pick up patchy volume out of Greenwich through New Canaan. Heavy into Westport at 41-42. 95's heaviest from Sherwood Island getting into Southport. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight. Below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Let the Original Vazis cater your next affair. From full-service off-site catering of any size or on-site in one of their private event rooms. Their menu showcases a selection of timeless and beloved dishes deeply rooted in Italian culinary traditions. From corporate events, weddings, and on-site food trucks, the Original Vazis can accommodate your needs and ensure a memorable culinary experience for you and your guests. Book your next event with the Original Vazis, Broadbridge Road, Bridgeport. TheOriginalVazis.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Ahead of a court hearing, the Justice Department has filed a status report on the Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador, saying it will facilitate his return if he arrives at a port and then would deport him to another country. The administration said yesterday Kilmore Abrego Garcia was deported to El Salvador because that's his country of origin. His wife, a short time ago,
I will not stop fighting until I see my husband alive.
President Trump has frozen $2 billion in grants from Harvard, which refused his demands to stop activism on campus. Vina Dubal is general counsel for the American Association of University Professors.
The president is acting unlawfully in withholding these funds, making these threats, and creating a constitutional crisis on campuses across the country.
President Trump has also threatened to remove Harvard's tax-exempt status. On Wall Street, the Dow lost 155, NASDAQ down 8 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Matt Piper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut Senate Democrats have reconfirmed Marissa Gillette as chairwoman for the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, commonly called PURA. Not everyone was happy about it, however. All 11 Senate Republicans left the chamber to protest the move. They have not been fans of Gillette, saying she abused her power and prevented major utility companies from investing in Connecticut, among other complaints. Senate Republican leader Steve Harding insinuated that the confirmation hearing was unethical and illegal. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff said Gillette works for the consumer and always has their best interests in mind. The confirmation was for another 4-year term. State lawmakers are considering a bill that would add a new tax on soda and juice to pay for free meals in schools. The proposal would add the tax on sweetened beverages, syrups, and powders to the prices paid by wholesalers. The goal is to raise enough money to cover the $110 million a year needed to provide free breakfast and lunch to all students. The move has caused concern for the state hospitality industry. Connecticut Restaurant Association President Scott Dolch told NBC he was concerned about the impact on business owners.
This is going to have a drastic effect across the board of all businesses in retail, and that's my concern.
Republicans in the legislature are warning that an effort by the Trump administration to ban soft drink purchases from SNAP benefits could reduce the tax revenue. State Representative Joe Paletta spoke with NBC and expressed concerns that this was the wrong way to acquire the necessary funds.
I think that we have a budget with some areas that we can realize some savings in, and just taxing people more is not necessarily the right way to go here.
State Senator Tony Wong held a press conference yesterday to address the dangers of distracted driving. With multiple laws currently in the legislature aimed at making Connecticut roads safer, Wong is raising awareness of the life-threatening realities of not keeping your eyes on the road. At the press conference, which was attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Wong outlined the numerous ways one can be distracted behind the wheel.
And we always think about texting and phone calls, but there are other examples of distracted driving. Texting and talking is one. Eating and drinking, as well as applying makeup and shaving, as well as reading a newspaper or books.
Distracted driving was the cause of over 32,000 deaths in 2023. Westport's police chief will be stepping down. Chief Fody Koskinas has announced he will be resigning in June. Westport First Select Woman Jen Tooker said she received and accepted the chief's letter of resignation. Koskinas had been a Westport police officer since 1996 and had served as chief for the past 9 years. Tooker said the town and the department are losing one of what she called Westport's finest,
Koskinas' resignation takes effect June 30th, when he will take a job as chief of the Easton Police Department. A new bill in the General Assembly would provide a tax break for Connecticut renters. If passed, this new law would allow for renters to make deductions on their taxes similar to ones already available to homeowners. To qualify, a single person must make under $75,000 a year and $125,000 if filing jointly. Representative Moira Rader told WFSB Channel 3 that this change would provide a much-needed breaker to residents who are unable to purchase a home.
We're struggling with Connecticut affordable housing, and people want to stay in their rental properties. They might not be able to advance to owning a property, so this gives them, a break on that expense every year.
The bill is currently in the Finance Committee and will advance to the House if passed. And UConn women's basketball star Paige Beckers was the top overall pick of the Dallas Wings in last night's WNBA draft.
With the first pick in the 2025 WNBA draft, the Dallas Wings select Paige Beckers, University of Connecticut.
Beckers, becoming a pro and being the first draft pick, wrapped up an exciting 8-day period for her that started last Sunday when UConn won the NCAA National Championship. Two of Beckers' teammates also were drafted into the WNBA last night. Caitlin Chen was the 30th overall pick of the expansion Golden State Valkyries, and Aubrey Griffin was selected 38th by the Minnesota Lynx. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident should be wrapped up Parkway northbound between exits 52 and 53. Still very heavy all the way back into Trumbull. Southbound's getting much better, though, off the Sikorsky Bridge. 8 and 25 connector jamming into 95. Northbound Route 8, a heavier ride out of Shelton up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Lower end of the Parkway starting to pick up patchy volume out of Greenwich through New Canaan. Heavy into Westport at 41, 42. 95's heaviest from Sherwood Island getting into Southport. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right. Hey, how are you? 22 big minutes. Big minutes. All right, let's go over some numbers, shall we? Well, hey, here's some numbers that are interesting here. Look, I know that with all due respect to the people in my party here, I'm a registered Republican because I like to participate in primaries and all that. You can't be registered with both parties. So I do the Republican side. Look, if there is a Republican who thinks they have a serious chance to defeat Ned Lamont, if Ned Lamont runs again, we're going to know, he said, when the session is over. So the session's going to be over, June, whatever it is, June 5, June 6, whatever. So he said basically late June or July, he'll make an announcement. Okay. Now, for those of us in my business, and our buddy Dan Harsh said this a couple of weeks ago, from a news point of view, if Mr. Lamont said, hey, you know what, I did 2 terms, I tried to straighten the state out fiscally. I'm just going to trot off into the sunset now. That is going to be, that Democratic battle for the nomination, that's a steel cage death match. Oh, my God. William Tong, Susan Bisowitz, whomever, Sean Scanlon maybe, some other people there. You never know. Maybe some legislators, whatever. But here's the thing. You look at and Chris had this in his news, the latest numbers the folks at Morning Consult do this. And they do, I think, 4 or 5 times a year, they register the favorability of all 50 governors in the state. And Governor Ned Lamont always does really well. In fact, Governor Ned Lamont right now is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. He's the 9th most popular governor in the country. And Morning Consult, I think they said they polled almost 3,000 registered voters nationally. Ned Lamont has got 61% approval. that means he's got a lot of independents and Republicans who like him. I don't know what the exact breakdown is. I was actually able to download the PDF and look at this, but he's been as high as like 62 or 63%. That's rough for a Republican candidate there. I don't care who it is. Let's say, for sake of argument, because the big buzz is around here, it's Aaron Stewart, the soon-to-be outgoing mayor of New Britain, won multiple terms as a young mayor and as a Republican, as a pro-choice, liberal Republican in a blue city. Could she beat Ned Lamont? Can any Republican beat Ned Lamont? His disapproval here is only 31%. I mean, do you know what kind of damage you have to do to him in a campaign to even make this a 50-50 proposition? And look, I'm in no way saying that Aaron Stewart wouldn't make a good governor or anybody else make a good governor. Mark Boughton should have been governor back a bunch of years ago. But again, the bonehead primary voters in this state said, no, let's go with Bob Stefanowski because he's got a lot of money. How did that work out? So I don't know. I think push comes to shove. I think Ned Lamont runs again. And if he does, he's going to do it with an approval rating hovering in the low 60s, not low 50s. This is not 51 or 52% where you figure, yeah, well, we'll attack him on this and attack him on that, and we'll chip away. No. So here's the question then. Let's say that Aaron Stewart can raise, what is it? She has to raise about $350,000 or $380,000 on her own, and then she would qualify for several $1 million in state funding from the Citizens Election Program. Okay. Does she run? Even though their odds might be long and say, well, I may win. Or, heck, Tom Foley ran the first time and ran again. Bob Stefanowski ran the first time and ran again. So, for example, does Aaron Stewart, even if they say, hey, look, it's a long shot here, he's got huge numbers, does she say, and remember, she's still young, does she, what's she, 34 or 35, something like that? Does she just tap the brakes and say, hey, wait a minute, let's wait till, let's wait here till, what would it be, 2030? Where she would only be, not even 40 yet if I'm doing the math here. But again, Ned Lamont, according to Morning Consult, and they know how to poll this stuff. They do it 3 or 4 times a year. Ned Lamont, 61% approval, 61 to 31, 8% had no opinion. Top-rated governor in the country, and he's done this numerous times, Governor Phil Scott of Vermont, or should I say Vermont. Phil Scott's at 81% there. Kind of a liberal Republican. He used to be a Democrat, from what I understand. Andy Beshear, Kentucky, number 2, 67%. Possible Democrat in 2028. For the White House, Wes Moore, Maryland. A lot of people say he's the next to Mr. Obama, 65%. Mark Gordon, Republican, Wyoming, is 64%. Jim Justice, West Virginia, 63%. Kay Ivey, Republican, Alabama, 63%. Chris Sununu, John's son, 63%. Republican Brian Kemp at Georgia, 61%. Ned Lamont at 61%. Josh Green of Hawaii at 60%. So Ned Lamont is overall the number 9 most popular governor in the country, and he is the 3rd most popular Democrat.
Whether your current home security is just a lock and paranoid dog, or if you have an outdated system ready for an upgrade, achieve security and peace of mind when you call the experts at Property Protection Consulting. Go to ppcalarms.com, see their solutions, view their videos, gain simple, state-of-the-art security, all working in concert and fully installed at a low cost. Schedule your complimentary consultation. ppcalarms.com.
Connecticut Mega Millions is bigger than ever, with larger, faster-growing jackpots and bigger secondary prizes. Bigger than ever. Oh, and did we mention now every play automatically includes a multiplier that increases all non-jackpot prizes by up to 10 times? Yeah, bigger than ever. Play Connecticut Mega Millions today. Overall odds 1 in 23.1. Jackpot odds 1 in 291 million. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people without destroying your credit. They can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission License Number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, the accident cleared just prior to the Sikorsky Bridge. Still very busy, though, back to the Trumbull Mall. Southbound's getting much better, though, as you head out of New Haven County into Fairfield County. A little bit slow northbound Route 8, Shelton up to the bridge. 95 northbound out of Stamford with some extra company. Heavy again at Sherwood Island into Southport. Parkway patchy volume, lower part of the county, still pretty busy at 41 and 42 in Westport. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A few widely scattered showers and a thunderstorm this evening. Otherwise clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
They never learn. They never, ever, ever, ever learn. You tell them don't do it, and they never, ever, ever learn. From the Connecticut Mirror, Secretary of the State Stephanie Thomas has apologized for making a reference to, drumroll please, Nazi Germany's SS in denouncing an executive order from President Trump on ballot access to a bipartisan audience of registrar of voters. These are supposedly smart people. And even if you think this, for blank's sake, don't say it. You're in a deep blue state. We know how you feel. But again, you can't complain about how dug in some Trump supporters seem to be and roll your eyes about it and then say, oh, you mentioned the N-word, the other N-word, Nazi. This plays into what I'm saying. Calm the freak down. She wrote in an email on Monday to the Registrars of Voters Association of the state. She said, quote, let me be very, very clear here. I was not likening any person to members of the SS and agreed that I should have not said that. It was hyperbolic. Yeah, you shouldn't have said it, Madam Secretary, but you did. What does nobody, I mean, yeah. How is Trump derangement syndrome transmitted? Is it a particulate? Is it a touch situation with a virus or with a bacteria? Listen, you can think this all you want. What are you doing? She made the SS reference while addressing Rovac's annual spring conference last week while discussing her objections to a Trump executive order on elections that, among other things, would require proof of citizenship to vote. She said, quote, I understand if my comments made you feel something that was not my intent. because it wasn't my intent. You have my apologies if you felt personally attacked, she wrote. That could not be further from my goal. All right, Madam Secretary, with all due respect, and she's been on this station numerous times. I met her here at the station. We had a nice chat. Then why the hell did you say it? Do we have to call Dr. Freud? Is it necessary? The inspiration for the SS reference, she said in an interview Tuesday, was a section of Trump's executive order that seemed to her to be encouraging citizens to inform on election officials who wrongly register someone. I can't read any more of this. I can't. This is, again. Well, I'm sorry I didn't mean it. Well, no, you said it. You said it. Sometimes, there was a time where I was going to apologize for something, and I said no, and I explained to this person, well, I said it, and at that time, yeah, there were thoughts that I had. I mean, some stuff deep down inside me. So yeah, I said it. Am I going to apologize for it? I apologize if it hurt you, but I'm not going to apologize for saying it because I said it. Oh man, you can't. You can't script this stuff. You just can't. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. I made a reference to the Nazi SS, but hey, sorry. God. All right, why don't we end on this? Because here's something. Let me end on something that makes me a happy boy. Shall we do that? And I promise it won't have any misplaced Nazi references. Although some people may hear that and say that. This was in Chris's news today. Speed enforcement cameras are expected to be installed in all school zones in Greenwich by this fall. Good. Greenwich Police Chief James Heavey, I believe it's pronounced, Heavey, has asked the Board of Selectmen in the town to move forward with a camera placement plan. Heavey says the cameras will collect fines, but the goal is not to raise revenue. He says they're hopeful the cameras will create a safer environment around Greenwich schools. Good. I hope these cameras end up around every stinking school in the state. I've seen too many videos of kids almost get hit. And the fact of the matter that this happened in Bridgeport, once, not this school year, but last year or the year before, 9,000 times or something like that. Please explain to me. Is it a birth defect? Is it eating paint chips you thought were potato chips? Hey, Mom, do we have any Russells? No, but this latex stuff is really good. Oh, I love the satin finish. Who in their right mind passes a school bus when the lights are on and the stop arm is out? Or who speeds through a school zone? Use the brake. It's easy. If you have three pedals, the one on the left is the clutch. The one on the right is the accelerator, and the one on the brake, one in the middle is the brake. Yeah. So the one on the right, you press it down, the car goes vroom, 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 and you go forward. Or you go back, depending upon where your gear shift lever is. The one on the left helps you shift, and yes, the one in the middle means you slow down. And you will not get pinched for going around a school bus or speeding in the school zone. Learn to use it. It works. Again today, on the way into work. I'm not doing my old lady routine. I'm in the Parkway doing 75 in orange so I won't get run over by the idiot behind me in the blacked out BMW with low rims and, what a shock, blacked out license plates. I said, pal, guess what? I ain't moving. And sure enough, somebody doing about 100 miles an hour blows right past me. So, yeah, I'm all for speed cameras. I am. The more speed cameras, the better. The more stoplight cameras, the better. The more cameras around schools, the better. Bring it on. I'm fine and dandy with it. I am. Even if I get pinched a couple of times. Maybe if I get pinched, I'll slow down too. I don't care. I do not care. There's an easy way. And I got to tell you something. Some nights I take a somewhat circuitous route home, and it takes me through some back roads in the town of North Haven. You know what's embedded in my mind right now? that there's there's one of those speed limit signs with a radar, a digital output of how fast I'm going. And you know what I do now? I slow down. Because I didn't realize how fast I was zoom bombing through this neighborhood. And even when I get to the yellow flashing, which is about 5 miles above the speed limit, I'm like, wow, I'm still breaking the speed limit here. I better slow down before more of these cameras pop up here. Because you know what? They're going to put up speed cameras and red light cameras and cameras on the buses and mom camera and dad camera. They're going to get together. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to make little baby cameras. And you're going to see little kitty cameras grow up, and then they make kitty cameras. And like that old commercial said, and so on, and so on, and so on. Let's give a look one more time. Roads and the weather on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound, the accident cleared just prior to the Sikorsky Bridge. Still very busy, though, back to the Trumbull Mall. Southbound's getting much better, though, as you head out of New Haven County into Fairfield County. A little bit slow northbound Route 8, Shelton up to the bridge. 95 northbound out of Stamford with some extra company. Heavy again at Sherwood Island into Southport. Parkway patchy volume, lower part of the county, still pretty busy at 41 and 42 in Westport. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, a few early showers and a thunderstorm, then clearing after midnight, below near 40. Partly sunny, windy, and cooler tomorrow with a high near 50. Thursday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you've been injured in an accident and you're dealing with the pain and suffering from injuries as well as the unexpected financial burden, you need an attorney by your side. You need Ganem Injury Lawyers. Attorney George Ganem has helped clients involved in news-making tragedies to clients who've been quietly struggling and suffering after an accident. No matter the case or the injury, you don't have to go at it alone. Ganem Injury Lawyers will fight for the justice and compensation you deserve. Don't wait. GanemInjuryLawyers.com or call 203-713-8383.
Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need, all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com, the new home for all things home ownership. Rocket, own the dream.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, and we invite you, because the questions never go away, we invite you here on Connecticut Today to chime in with what you think regarding the questions that I pose. And I pose at least one or two questions every day on our station Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. So one question I have up there is, do you agree with Governor Ned Lamont's push to eliminate a $3.5 million program for free text messaging to Connecticut prison inmates? I disagree with that. I think he should keep it there. We spend more money on dumber things. So chime in there. That's not going away. Also, I asked over the past few days, do you favor a 2-cent per ounce tax on sweetened beverages? They say that money will go to pay for a universal free school meal program in Connecticut. And again, it wouldn't be just for districts that are lower income. It would be for everybody. And again, listen, if they're going to do that, I'm glad they're doing it that way. Listen, going to pay for meals, pay for everybody. And I also added the question, if Governor Ned Lamont is defeated in 2026 next year, or if he says to Annie, we're out of here, Annie, that's enough. If he, Abbas, as my people say, if he chooses not to run, who do you think is the next governor of Connecticut? I should run. Yeah, but if I run, I have to not do this. No, I can't do that. Man, how great would that be? Would I be in the governor's office? Oh, my God. Chris, thank you. Paul with the weather, thank you. Tom with the traffic, thank you. Thank all you folks. News next. We are back, I guess, tomorrow, bright and early at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper.
I will not stop fighting until I see my husband alive.
That is the wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, as a hearing has just ended for the man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. The judge has told the Department of Justice that every day he's detained is another day of irreparable harm. Arweja Jang is following.
A federal judge was questioning the administration about why it is not facilitating the return of Abrego Garcia, even though that is what the Supreme Court ordered. And the Department of Homeland Security is basically saying we don't have jurisdiction over this individual because he is currently in El Salvador.
The president wants Harvard to say sorry if it wants its funding back.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about the president freezing billions of dollars in funding and threats to revoke the university's tax status.
The president believes Harvard should apologize.
Apologize for what she called the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on its campus.
Jewish American students, or students of any faith, should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
John Fansmith is with the American Council on Education.
Arbitrarily cutting off the kind of funding that helps low-income students, that helps scientific researchers, because they disagree with the views of a campus leadership or certain members of that campus community, is contrary to the law. It is clearly illegal.
On the Health Watch, more than 700 measles cases have been confirmed so far this year in the U.S.
Amesh Adalia at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security thinks this year's number is actually much higher.
We're not getting the full picture here because there's lack of diagnostic testing, people not coming forward to be tested.
Most of the cases have been in Texas, where 2 children died. Catherine Wells is the director of public health in Lubbock, where there's been an outbreak at a daycare.
Hopefully being able to open some vaccine clinics 7 days a week for a couple of weeks to really increase that vaccine rate.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
An Associated Press data analysis shows more and more Americans are having very long waits in hospital ERs, sometimes 4 or more hours, just to get beyond those swinging doors. Dr. Allison Haddock is president of the American College of Emergency Physicians.
The patients that we see who are sick and they need to stay overnight in the hospital don't have anywhere to go because the hospitals are chronically full. So where patients end up seeing that is in the emergency department, because they arrive at the emergency department, they need care, and there's nowhere to put them.
Rapper Lil Nas X posted a social media video from a hospital bed showing he lost movement in one side of his face. No word on why, but some are responding believing he has Bell's palsy. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Favorite moment from Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The Federal Aviation Administration has grounded the New York helicopter tour company that operated that sightseeing tour, which crashed into the Hudson River last week, killing all 6 people on board. And as the investigation into this crash continues, we wanted to get perspective on what even went wrong in this situation. Joining us now is former FBI agent and pilot Ken Gray, who also teaches over at the University of New Haven. Welcome back to the show, Ken. And what were your initial thoughts on this devastating event?
Good morning, Melissa. Glad to be back with you again. So watching the video of the helicopter falling from the air and then seeing the rotor blades spinning separated from the main body, it was apparent that there had been some type of catastrophic event on this helicopter that caused the rotors to separate and the tail booms to separate from the main body. And so you saw with the loss of the rotor, with the loss of the tail boom, the main body of the helicopter fell like a rock instead of an airworthy aircraft. And so there was nothing the pilot could have done once the tail boom separated and the main rotor separated from the body to try to save that aircraft. It was going to fall into that river once that happened.
So what's interesting about this, Ken, is this was a Bell 206 helicopter, and my understanding is it was a former military helicopter, correct?
So Bell 206s have been used both for civilian and military purposes. I don't know about this specific aircraft.
Okay. The reason I ask that is because Senator Chuck Schumer in New York was calling for really an investigation into this company in particular, because he says that they've cut corners, and not even just this company, I should say, but sightseeing these helicopter tour types of companies. He would like to see more oversight in general, because he feels like they a lot of the times will